Right here? I keep veering off to the right. I wonder if it's probably a good idea if I do that. There we go. It works. That's all I can ask for. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another live stream. Let's put it this way. All right, we've got a really interesting threat for severe weather here tonight. Notice how I said the word tonight because it is 9 o'clock Eastern. And we have a tornado watch that was issued about, half hour to 45 minutes ago. And we even have a couple of tornado warnings that have just recently been issued. So we'll get to that in a second. But please be sure, if you haven't already, do your part. Help us out. Help us get this stream out to thousands of people by hitting that thumbs up button down below. Even subscribe if you are new. It is June 18th, 2023. Happy Father's Day to everyone. And with that being said, let's kind of go ahead and get started a little bit. And before we get into the in-depth stuff, oh boy, I definitely have not fixed that. I'll tell you what. Thanks, Morgan, for ruining my stuff. I'm just kidding. How can we fix this? I've got an idea. It's not the worst thing in the world. Watch this. We are going to copy this. We're going to go back over here. We are going to trash it. We're going to trash that. We're going to paste that. Look at this. Wow. Just like new. We fixed that, and then I don't know what this is doing here. I really have no idea. You know what? We're gonna just treat that as if that's the side. You can definitely tell Morgan has messed with my stuff. But it's fine. We're good. I'm not sick. I'm tired. Very tired. So, and my voice is still a little gone because if you didn't know, I went to a hockey game last night. The Hershey Bears. Go Bears. And we won. We now lead the series 3-2. And yeah, we won in overtime. So, now you understand. But anyways, we can see here on the screen, right in front of us, we have a good threat for severe weather. This does consist of multiple levels of severe weather. If I were to get my Epic pen out, everything's just failing me right now. You know, one of these days my computer is going to be nice to me. One of these days. Just one. It'll be a miracle when it does happen, too. That is a new tornado warning. That's actually 2 more tornado warnings, so listen.
Tornado warning for northwestern Newton County in east central Mississippi, east central Scott County in central Mississippi. Tornado warning for central Union County in south central Arkansas.
There you go. So those 2 new tornado warnings. If you live in any of those counties that the bot said, you know what to do. If I have any mods in the chat, if you guys do !tornado, you guys can use that whenever you want. That is basically to tell everyone what to do during a tornado warning, which is greatly appreciated if you guys actually do. So do that. Consider that as well. All right. So I'm going to zoom out here. I'm going to show you guys that we do have the threat for severe weather. If you are in the dark green, you're in a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. We call that a marginal risk, and that means that severe weather is marginally widespread. So it's little teeny bits of severe weather that is just sporadic across the area. If you're in the yellow, you're in a 2 out of 5. All right, so that means there is a slight risk of expansion of severe weather within that area. That's a slight amount of expansion. That's another tornado warning. It's just going to keep interrupting me.
Tornado warning for southwestern Bradley County in southeastern Arkansas, southeastern Calhoun County in southwestern Arkansas.
So if you live in any of those counties, you know what to do. Riley put in the exclamation point tornado. You can only do it if you're a moderator. So if you're a general member, you cannot do that. Only moderators can do that. So you guys saw what Nightbot said. It said, seek sturdy structure now, move to the lowest interior part of that building and stay away from windows. So if you live in those areas, please be sure to heed that message. If you are in the orange area, this is the main threat for severe weather here this evening. This is a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. It is more than likely going to be confined within this area over here in central Mississippi, but they have expanded it both east and west. So do not be surprised if you guys also see some severe weather. And the reason why I say central Mississippi is going to be the main area is because that's actually where the 5% chance for tornadoes is actually located. So if you know anyone that lives within these areas, we're talking Greenville, we're talking Vicksburg, Jackson, Meridian, areas north of Hattiesburg, near Laurel, going all the way up into Philadelphia, Columbus, Tupelo, Tuscaloosa, Demopolis, Utah, going up into Corinth, as well as areas near Memphis and south of Memphis. You guys need to watch out for the threat of severe weather that does include tornadoes. So just watch out for that. Enough rambling, right? Let's get into the actual analysis, if you will. We'll start from the west, move our way east, and we'll see what we can find here. And then after that, we'll pull up some live camera feeds that are over into portions of Mississippi. What? I have listened to myself slam a door in the background. That doesn't make any sense. So we do have 2 tornado warnings here. Actually, technically 3, but 2 tornadic storms here in southern Arkansas. This first tornado warning is for Columbia and Union counties here in Arkansas. That will be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 7:50, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Mount Holly, or 14 miles east of Magnolia, moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. So if you guys live over near the Wesson and the Newell areas, as well as areas near Highway 82 and Arkansas Highway 15, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Speaking of which, this right here is where the rotation is. You can see here that we have a bunch of greens and reds. If you can't tell what that is, then I'll just pull up another thing here in a second to kind of quantify as to how strong the rotation actually is. But you can see reds are moving away from the radar, greens are moving towards, right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Just to the south of Mount Holly, just due west of El Dorado, moving to the south and east. So the areas over here near Wesson and Highway 15 in Arkansas, they need to get into the safe space right now because this rotation does look like it is strong enough to try and produce a tornado. I can also go on a spectrum width, which tells us what turbulence is currently located in the storms and whatever. Turbulence. Just think turbulence whenever I say spectrum width, all right? You can see right here that there is a massive turbulence right within here, right over where the rotation would be. And if I pull up the normalized rotation, which quantifies as to where and how strong the rotation actually is, you can see that it is located right under that bit of turbulence, which means that there could potentially be a little bit of a tornado right within that area. So watch out for that. If it's not on the ground right now, it could potentially be in the future, which is the reason why the aforementioned tornado warning has been issued. So we do have some moderate levels of rotation according to this, and you guys over there down near Newell, Wesson, and areas southwest of El Dorado in Arkansas, you guys will need to take shelter now. Moving off to the east, we have 2 tornado warnings for the same exact storm. One for Union County, the other one for Calhoun and Bradley counties. That will be in effect until 8:40 p.m., or actually 8:45, my apologies. At 8:03 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Morro Bay, or 13 miles east of Norphlet. moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. So if you guys are over near Morro Bay as well as New London, areas near Highway 15 as well, due east of El Dorado, or areas to the north of US Highway 82, we're talking areas north of Lawson, north of Urbana, north of Strong. If you're in any of those areas over here in Arkansas, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space right now. Calion or Calion, you guys are in the clear as of right now from this tornadic thunderstorm. You're right on the border of that tornado warning, but the storm has moved off towards your south and east. You guys are completely fine as of this moment. We do have some rotation here. You can see the reds moving away, greens moving towards. So right in the middle, the classic formula for tornadoes is present within this thunderstorm. We can go to the normalized rotation and show you guys that the rotation is not as strong, but we do have to say we are a little bit far away from the radar, so this isn't really going to be a great way for us to determine as to what is happening down at the surface. We're looking up, for reference, well over a mile up into the sky. We're looking up about 7,100 feet up in the sky, so we are definitely going to want to look a little bit lower down to the ground in order for us to be able to tell as to what actually is happening. But for reference, this is still just a decent way for us to determine as to where there could potentially be some tornadic rotation, maybe tornadoes, and that's the reason why they've issued that tornado warning. So you can see turbulence, once again, with the spectrum width that is present within this thunderstorm, which means that this thing could very well be trying to put down a tornado, and it'd be areas over near Morro Bay, south of Morro Bay along Highway 15, and then areas near Lawson and New London. So please take your shelter now if you haven't already. All right, we're going to move over to the central Mississippi area. We're going to talk about the one that is over just to the east of Canton, Mississippi first, and then we'll move over to the confirmed tornado warning that is over near Scott County. So we'll move first towards Madison County, Leake County, as well as areas near northwestern Scott County. This is a tornado warning for you all until 8:45 p.m. So at 8:09 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Farm Haven or 15 miles east of Canton, moving east at 20 miles per hour. If you are over here near Ludlow, Lena, and Wiggins, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already, although I will say the rotation has significantly weakened. If I were to pull up the past frames of what happened, you'll see that this is actually the remnants of what was the rotation over there, and it is kind of fizzed out significantly, I might add. And we might try to see a new rejuvenation of potentially a new tornado that could be possible here within the next 10 minutes. But as of right now, I mean, you can see what it was. This was the rotation here. Reds moving away, greens moving towards. So you still got that recipe for tornadoes. It's just not there anymore, which means it probably isn't trying to produce a tornado at this time. So that's a good news. We also have this tornado warning here. This is a confirmed tornado near Scott and Newton counties. This is near the Forest and the Hillsborough area. I'll backtrack here to kind of show you guys as to where the rotation was. My best guess is right here south of Forkville, which would be right here. And you know what? We might as well ask the radar as to why they issued the tornado warning. So at 8:06 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed tornado was located near Forkville, or 7 miles northeast of Morton, moving east at 20 miles per hour. Radar confirmed tornado. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. So if you guys live over, once again, this is Scott and Newton counties here, just north of I-20 near Forest, Hillsborough, and Harperville, you guys need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Ladies and gentlemen, they have updated the SPC outlook here, and I do not have good news for you all. So that means that's even more of a reason for me to be up and, you know, dying inside. But we have the new outlook, and I'm actually gonna turn off my PowerPoint because maybe my computer can function correctly when it's off. You get to see a little bit of the behind the scenes of stuff that I do, so that's kind of funny. But we do have still an enhanced risk for severe weather. All right, so the 3 out of 5 has not changed. What has changed is they have added an additional layer to the tornado probabilities. We have gone from a 5% of a tornado happening within a 25-mile radius to a 10% of a tornado happening within a 25-mile radius. So definitely something to watch out for. The threat for tornadoes has increased, and we also have an additional risk here for significant tornadoes. There's a reason why they issued that tornado watch with a threat for a couple strong tornadoes possible. This is it right here. They've updated it. Now they have increased the probabilities of seeing a significant tornado that is EF2 or greater within this area. That does include central Mississippi into extreme western Alabama. We're talking now areas near Jackson, McGee, Forest, Yazoo City, Kosciuszko, Greenwood, Grenada, Eupora, Philadelphia, as well as Amory, Columbus, Starkville, going all the way down to Livingston, Utah, Meridian, Quitman, and then just to the western edges of Tuscaloosa. So if you guys know anyone that lives in that general vicinity, they probably should be aware, especially as this is heading into the evening and the overnight hours. All right, actually, it very well could be dark already. We might want to try and see if we can pull up a camera over there and see what we've got. But it is pretty dark from what I have heard. And yeah, we might as well pull up a camera anyways, because why not at this point? Let's roll with one of these cameras on the actually, you know what? We don't need to run with south side. We can instead, if we turn off the traffic cameras, what if we decide to go with yeah, let's go with the Raymond Tower. Let's go Raymond Tower over in Jackson. We'll see what we got over there, and we'll pull this up. Hopefully it'll work. Hopefully. I haven't tested these cameras, but fortunately we have, you know, a crap ton already, so it's not like it's that big of a deal if it doesn't work, which honestly it looks like it's not. We also have Philadelphia, Mississippi as well, if this decides to work. Hopefully. It doesn't look like it's going to want to work. A lot of things that are not working for us today. At least it seems that's the case. If not, I'm okay. I'm okay with, you know, pulling up traffic cameras. Traffic cameras, we already know about how much I love the Mississippi traffic cameras. We already know. So I am 100% okay with pulling it up, switching to video, and then just sitting with this camera all day. Maybe not that camera, actually. We'll go to another camera. Something like that will work. Something like that will work. Wow, my face camera's still broken down there. All right, let's fix this real quickly so that way when it is there, it's there. Paste reference. There we go. Boom. Everything is fixed. Everything is fixed. So now we have that up there. We'll be able to watch whatever severe weather is ongoing. We have a bunch of cameras, so we'll be able to give you guys everything you may need in regards to views. We'll give you all the views of what's happening in Mississippi today, and potentially even other areas. If you haven't already, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. It helps us get this live stream out to more and more people. And listen, hear me out real quickly, okay? There are people who do not have cable. So when they're trying to search for what actually is going on, they can't go to their local news. They can't go to the Weather Channel. Especially since we probably already know the Weather Channel is offline. Or it's actually a Sunday. It's actually a Sunday, which means we already know the Weather Channel is actually going to be broadcasting some form of, I don't know, tow truck thing. I don't know. So where do you think people are going to want to go? Social media. So let's take this stream, right? Let's take this stream and let's spread it across to everywhere. That way, people who may not have cable may be able to take this stream and use it as a beacon of information. So that way they may be able to make the right decision. Or, if they know anyone who lives within these areas, the domino effect. The stream can get out to more and more people that way. And if you know anyone who lives within these areas, that's the same thing there too. Copy the link to this live stream, send a text message. All right, it's harmless if you do. You can just say, hey, check out this guy. He's talking about the weather. He's talking about the weather in your area. Might want to watch. Especially since this is going to be going on into the late night hours. This is going to be something we're going to want to watch with the threat for significant tornadoes. So, please be sure, okay, if you haven't already, spread the information. Spread the stream. Spread the word. That's what we're going to want to do at this point. The other way you can help us spread the word is by hitting that thumbs up button down below. I talk about how this stream can get out to thousands of people. It does. I can show you the receipts. I can show you the at the end of the stream how many people we've got this stream out to. Same thing with all the other past streams. You can pull up all my past streams. You can see how many people we've reached. All right. Hitting that thumbs up button down below and even subscribing works. It works wonders. So if you haven't already, please be sure to do that. It helps us get the information out. All right. I want to also say this other thing for my moderators real quickly, because I think we have gotten a couple more of my moderators. Unfortunately, I didn't really tell them that I was streaming because I didn't think I was going to have to stream today. But somehow I am not asleep. I've been extraordinarily tired. I'm just going to buckle down and try to get this done. For the moderators that are in the chat, okay? I want you guys to get well acquainted with two little commands. Two commands that are in chat. All of which are in one word, okay? Exclamation point tornado and exclamation point like, okay? If there is a new tornado warning or if there is a tornado warning in general that is issued. So if you see a red box on the screen, boom, that's your call to put in exclamation point tornado. Exclamation point tornado, all one word, no spaces in the middle, allows you to be able to tell people who are in chat, if I don't tell them already through the stream, that this is what you need to do during a tornado warning. So I'll give you an example. I'll put it in chat. It's going to be super delayed, but it's fine, okay? Exclamation point tornado. Boom. Something like that. And then Nightbot is going to say something about a tornado warning has been issued. If you're in the area, seek a sturdy structure now. Move to the lowest interior part of that building. Stay away from windows. Stuff like that, okay? That stuff is helpful, especially since there can be some people who may be just tuning in. And if you say there's a tornado warning that's issued, either I'm going to say something about the tornado warning or they're going to search it up. And so that way, if we tell people that's what they need to do, they can go ahead and get to it, okay? The other thing is exclamation point like. That just tells people to hit the thumbs up button, keep doing it. Now, if you don't have your own, little go-to saying and stuff like that, I get that. You could use that. But if you have a go-to saying and you want to keep using that, that's fine. All right, but this is a good way for us to try and just you get what I mean. So, all right, I wanted to say that to my moderators. What about basic rules? I mean, I could add that on there as well as a command. But yeah. Anyways, those are the stuffs for those are the stuff for the mods. Yeah, you do exclamation point weather and then your city and state. All right. So now since we've done that, let's go back to the coverage. I wanted to inform the moderators about all that so that way they can go ahead and do that stuff. There we go. All right. Let's go back to Arkansas. And we have 2 tornadic storms that are currently ongoing as of this time. We have one that is in southwestern Union County. This is southwest of El Dorado. This is approaching the Wesson area, an area southwest of Newell, along Highway 15 here in Arkansas. The rotation is not as strong as it once was, which is very good news. We want that to continue to weaken and or diminish completely. That way, number one, we don't have to talk about that area anymore, because if we do talk about it, there's probably a good reason as to why we're doing so. And then number two is, even if we still have to continue to talk about it, hopefully it's for the good reasons, such as what I just mentioned, which is this thing is still weakening. But as of right now, there is a tornado warning, and we don't want to, give off the vibe of, hey, just because this thing is weakening doesn't mean that this thing is gone completely. All right, we have seen some instances, at least within the past few months, to where storms have been able to get their act together and have tried to put down a tornado as well. So don't take anything away from this thing. It's not done. It's just right now in a weakening phase. All right. Wesson, Arkansas, area southwest of El Dorado in Arkansas, southwestern Union County, areas near Junction City on the border of Arkansas and Louisiana, and areas northwest of that. You guys need to get into your safe space. If you don't have a basement, that's fine. Get into a sturdy structure. Get into the lowest, innermost part of your building. There's their new tornado warning. We'll hopefully get a new ping here in a second, but that is a new tornado warning right there for that. We also have this storm. Well, listen in real quickly.
Tornado warning for southwestern Union County in south-central Arkansas, northwestern Union Parish in north-central Louisiana, northeastern Claiborne Parish in northwestern Louisiana. Yeah, so there's your new tornado warning. We also have this storm over here, this other tornado warning that is in eastern Union County, as well as extreme southern Bradley and southeastern Calhoun. There's a new tornado warning. Listen in real quick. Tornado warning for east central Rankin County in central Mississippi, southern Scott County in central Mississippi.
Okay. So that's central Mississippi. We'll look at that in a bit. But as you mentioned there, Slippy in chat, good call on this one. The storm south of Morro Bay in Arkansas, that is a tornado in progress. It just crossed over Highway 15. You can clearly see the rotation right here. All right, we've got reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards. So the classic recipe for tornadic activity is right here, present. We have counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere. We don't want clockwise spin for tornadoes. That's not how tornadoes work in the northern hemisphere. Counterclockwise spin is a good calling card for most tornadoes in the United States, and that is what we have here. We also have what is called a debris signature. We're looking at the correlation coefficient. You can see all this red in the general area on your screen, all right? If I backtrack a scan here real quickly, and yes, of course, ZDR supports it.
you can see this little pixel of green right here. And when you start to get areas that are not red, we're starting to think of things that are not rain. So red is rain. Think red, rain. All right. Correlation coefficient, whenever I say red, rain. When it's not red, all right, specifically the greens and blues, that's when we can start introducing stuff with rain. All right. We're talking potential hail, potential debris from tornadoes, such as trees, houses, sticks, and stuff like that. You get the point with that. We're talking smoke, we're talking bugs, we're talking birds, chaff, like military chaff, all sorts of different stuff that is non-meteorological, not rain, right? That right here at the center part of your screen is a good example of that. And the reason being for that is you can see the rotation. If I go switch back to the actual velocities, it is right over where the velocity couplet is. We'll go to the normalized rotation. You can see that it is over that as well. Of course, we've got a little bit of a bug, I would like to say, a little bit of contamination on the northern side of that actual couplet, but that is overlapping, all right? Anytime you usually get opposite velocity values, which when I mean opposite velocity values, as I said, the greens are moving towards the radar, reds are moving away. So these are two opposite wind values that are right here. Anytime your opposite values are inside the circle, there's a pretty good chance that that's debris. But let's say that that's, we're still skeptical, right? We can go over to differential reflectivity, and we can see that we have a lot of this kind of red and yellow. This is heavy rain droplets. Once you start to get to about the blue to even the grays, that's when you could potentially be talking about stuff that is either light rain or maybe even little mixes of debris within it. And so that is something to note within that. I'll go to PHI to kind of double check, and that kind of looks to me like there could potentially be, or there was, a tornado that was there. And you can even see on spectrum width, once again, I talked about it earlier, that spectrum width is an indicator for turbulence. And tornadoes, I'm not sure if you've seen a video of a tornado before, but to me, they seem pretty turbulent. And that right there, right over where the debris signature was, seems to be a lot of turbulence within that area. So potential tornado that is continuously showing signs that it is there. It is approaching the New London areas here in Arkansas. If you haven't already, all right, this is what I'm going to continue to do throughout the stream whenever there's more tornado warnings and stuff like that. If you haven't already, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. It helps us out a lot. Get this to more and more people on YouTube. We can reach thousands of people. I can pull up the receipts of our previous live streams that either myself or Morgan has done, and we've continuously got this stream out to more and more people to try and help people. And if you can hit that thumbs up button down below, you can even subscribe and unsubscribe afterwards. It really does help. What also helps is if you take this live stream and you send a text message to someone. If you know anyone that lives within these areas that I'm going to talk about, which I will expand further as to what I am talking about here in a bit, let them know. The stuff is going to move all the way through past midnight. We're going to be dealing with this thing for quite some time. All this severe weather here, whether it's in Arkansas, northern Louisiana, central Mississippi, southwestern Tennessee, or western Alabama. If you know anyone that lives within those areas, you need to let them know that there's going to be severe weather tonight, and that they need to, at minimum, if they have a weather radio already, to keep those things on. Change those batteries if you have to, because we're going to be dealing with a lot of that severe weather here for the rest of this evening. So, just to repeat, we have two tornadic storms as of right now, one of which is in Union County, Arkansas. All right, we have one for southwestern Union County, Arkansas, as well as northeastern Claiborne and northwestern Union counties in Louisiana. It is going to approach the Junction City areas over here. So if you're in Junction City, as well as Wesson in Arkansas, you need to get in your safe space. And then areas near the intersection of Louisiana State Highway 9 and US Highway 167, you guys also need to get into your safe space as well. And we're also going to be talking about State Highway 15 in Arkansas, near Wesson and southwest of Wesson. You need to get in your safe space as well. We're also talking about the tornado warning that is over here for Bradley, Calhoun, and Union counties. That'll be in effect for another 10 minutes. We've more than likely had a tornado that is even still in progress from the looks of it within these areas north of New London. If you're near New London, you need to get in your safe space as well. If you're also south of Morro Bay, it's recommended that you get into your safe space as well. If you're in Morro Bay as of right now here in Arkansas, you guys are good. You guys are clear from this actual tornadic storm. The storm has successfully passed off towards your south, and you're not expected to see this storm in particular. All right, you could see some other severe storms. That storm in particular here that is potentially posing a tornadic threat, this one has passed off to your south and is no longer going to cause tornadic issues for Morro Bay. So watch out for that if you're southeast of Morro Bay, but if you're in Morro Bay, you guys are good. New London, you are not. You need to stay in a sturdy structure. Stay away from windows and get in the lowest innermost part of that building. All right, let's shift off to central Mississippi now. We still have 2 tornado warnings. Fortunately, both of which don't seem to be all too significant. I'll actually recycle this here, and there's your new tornado warning that is northeast of Brandon. I'm actually going to move my cameras. We're going to try and see if we can find this here, because I do think that this could be helpful to us. So let's pull up this camera here. This is looking east, that's looking east, that's looking west. We'll switch to video to see if we can see anything there. No, unfortunately we cannot. That. Let's pull up that. We want to look east. East is not exactly the best camera to look at as of this moment, apparently. Can I just get a good-looking east camera? That'd be wonderful, wouldn't it? East, east, west, west. You know, I kind of wish I had like a producer in the background that would help me find these cameras. That's a new tornado warning. Listen in.
Tornado warning for southeastern Leake County in central Mississippi, northeastern Scott County in central Mississippi.
All right, so if you're in those areas, you need to take your safe. You need to get in your safe space if you haven't already. South, 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 north, north, south. You know, this is nice, isn't it? I'll tell you what. Tornado likely on the ground near Branch, Mississippi. Branch. Where is Branch? All right, you know what we're going to do, chat? We're just going to hope for the best with this camera in particular, because this one's looking east. And we're just going to have to hope that we can see something in the background. But as of right now, does look like there could potentially be something over here northeast of Brandon, Mississippi. Northeast of Brandon, Mississippi. This will be a storm that now has a history of producing a tornado. From the looks of it, the National Weather Service has now confirmed this. This is now a tornado in progress. So we'll pull this up here real quickly. This is a tornado warning for East Rankin and Southern Scott counties. That'll be in effect until 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 8:37, a confirmed tornado was located near Fannin. We're 7 miles northeast of Brandon, moving east at 20 miles per hour. This is a radar-confirmed tornado, so if you guys are in the path of this one, flying debris may be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. If you are in Pelahatchie, Leesburg, Branch, Morton, Forkville, Pulaski, you all need to get into your safe space right now. This will be getting near the Pelahatchie area at 8:55, Leesburg at 9:05, Branch at 9:15, Morton at 9:20. We're also talking Forkville near 9:25 and Pulaski near 9:30. So if you guys live in those areas, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. And I can actually see what they are talking about here. That is a tornado right there. You see this ball right here, chat? That is a debris ball. That right there is a debris ball. That is 100%. And the interesting thing about this is actually, chat, really interesting to say this. It almost looks like there's not really a whole lot of rain around it besides the storm that's all the way over here in Brandon. So if you were to watch this storm from like US 80, you'd be able to have a clear view of this thing with all the lightning around. This is a transparent supercell, kind of a crazy one at that, and this is definitely a storm that is looking to be continuing to stay on the ground, at least for a good bit of time here right now. So if you're near Powahachie, it is recommended that you guys get in your safe space. If you're in Morton, it is recommended that you guys get in your safe space because this thing is on the ground, this thing has a debris ball, and this is where this is going to be heading off towards you all. Forest, you're going to have to go ahead and also start preparing now, all right? Get helmets, get pillows if you can, get hard-soled shoes, so that way, on the off chance that the thing does come near you all that debris could potentially be impactful, whether that's either the tornado impacting you or impacting areas around you. If you decide to venture out and about, you're going to want to be prepared on the off chance that something does fly out of the sky or if something comes from the ceiling, all right? So please be sure to prepare now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. If you don't have a basement, that's fine. Lowest innermost part of your building. That way, you can put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors as possible. We also have Morgan out and about with us. He's helping us in the background.
That is... Still looks like a tornado on the ground. Newest scan still looks like a tornado northeast of Brandon. Beyond that, though, the Lena storm looks to be getting a little bit weaker. A lot of clustering.
New tornado warning.
Warm air coming in.
Tornado warning for East Central Union County in South Central Arkansas.
That's another tornado warning. Jeez.
Tornado warning for Southwestern Bradley County in Southeastern Arkansas.
All right, so that is 2 new tornado warnings in Arkansas. I'm actually going to send you the link, but I may not put you up in the corner quite yet. I kind of like the idea of having some cameras in the top right corner for right now.
Of course you do.
I just do. So I'll turn that down then, because I know I'm going to get my ears hurt in a second. Morgan, can you speak real quickly?
Hi, hello, good day.
Wow. I don't know why it's that low.
You need to turn it up because I'm on my headset.
Yeah, I know you're on your headset, but every single time whenever you talk, I always have to turn your gain up to like maximum value.
That's what I've had to do. Quality is good though, at least.
Hopefully that helps then there. All right. I know chat has given some super chats. We'll look at that here in a bit. All right. I want to thank you all for supporting the stream if you haven't already. And even if you haven't even supported that way, just by being here, hitting the thumbs up button and stuff like that, that helps us out a lot too. All right. So don't think that, just because you're sitting around doesn't mean you're not doing anything to help us. You're helping us. All right. You're helping us spread the information by just even being here. So please be sure to do so. If you haven't already, hit that thumbs up button down below. It helps us get this stream out to thousands of people on YouTube. All right. New tornado warning. We'll talk about this one here, or the 2 new tornado warnings that they just issued. This is for Bradley County and Union County. This storm, in my opinion, had a history of producing a tornado, and it looks like it still is doing so. You can see that is definite. That is, yep, ZDR now 100% verifies that that was a tornado, as we were thinking earlier. So that was near the New London areas. Hopefully the areas near New London and Arkansas, you guys have continued to stay in your safe space, because that one did produce a tornado. And it did for quite some time, actually. It looks like we still got some debris fan out here in our correlation coefficient. Specifically these blues right here. I talked earlier about what correlation coefficient does, but for those of you who have just tuned in, correlation coefficient is a product that we use through weather radar to be able to determine as to which stuff is meteorological and which stuff is not. So think of rain and not rain, right? If it's rain, it's red. If it's not rain, it's not red. All right? You could have a little bit of rain mixed within it, that the radar is looking at, but when you start to add more and more external factors that the radar is looking at, it takes correlation coefficient and it plummets straight down. All right, so that's the reason why correlation coefficient has a percentage. Actually, correlation coefficient is derived through statistics, and when you have stuff that is mainly the same around it, you have high correlation coefficient values. We're talking to the high percentiles, 99%, 98%, stuff like that. But when you start to add in stuff like debris, we're talking trees, parts of houses, all sorts of stuff like that, all the particles that the radar is looking through and that it's seeing, all of it now is not the same. And so the correlation coefficient plummets. And especially when you start to look at stuff that is within these green pixels and especially the blue pixels, that tells you that we're getting some other things that are not the same, and therefore we have external things that are non-meteorological. In this instance, this is because of a tornado. This is a tornado that was in progress, may still even be in progress, regardless if the velocities have deteriorated a little bit. Flying debris may be dangerous to those caught without shelter. If you don't have a helmet on, there is a good chance that it could clock you on the head, and that is not great, all right? There are, believe it or not, a lot of the deaths that have occurred from tornadoes have been through head injuries. You think of all the debris that's been falling from the sky, or if you're in a house and the tornado hits your house and the tornado collapses the house with, on top of you, that stuff's collapsing right on your noggin. And so when we tell you guys that there's a tornado warning, we want you guys to get stuff like helmets, pillows, hard-soled shoes, and stuff like that. And we want you to get into the innermost part of your building so that way you can kind of build a fortress. Put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors as possible. So do not, all right, if you're near New London, do not leave your safe space. Stay in there. Tornado is still more than likely in progress. If not, debris is still in the sky. We can still see it here on radar. And if you are over near Highway 82, south and east of New London, you need to get in your safe space. If you're east of Strong and if you're west of Cressette in Arkansas, you need to get into your safe space right now.
It's United States Route 82, north of 129, north and east of 129.
Yeah, you're still very quiet. You're even quiet for me, and I have you on maximum volume.
Sorry, is that better?
Way better. I can turn gain down,
awesome.
actually.
That's a tornado reported for Bradley County for the northernmost tornado warning. I had to bridge the gap because of a jurisdiction sort of thing, but that is a tornado in progress right now at 8:45. A confirmed tornado was located 7 miles north of Lapeal, 12 miles northwest of Huttig, moving southeast of 15 miles an hour, folks. So these storms aren't moving through the quickest. Compare it to, for those of you that were here last night, compared to the storms that were moving at highway speeds, racing north and east across the northeastern areas of Oklahoma, these are not moving at highway speeds. These are moving at driveway speeds. So consider that as well. We are getting a cycling period on that storm that's tornado warned northeast, or excuse me, to the east of Jackson, and I don't like how that looks. It's wrapping up pretty nicely. Still a bit broad, but definitely will have the potential to produce a tornado here sooner than later. Tornado warning for southwestern Leake County and northwestern Scott counties has been allowed to expire. So you still do have a tornado warning for Walnut Grove in southern Leake County, south of Carthage, as well as northern Scott County. And for the majority of Scott County, I would say if you're in Scott County as a whole right now, you need to be in your safe space. Scott County, Mississippi, if you are in any of those areas, you need to be in your safe space. Underground or lowest most part of your building. Numerous tornadic storms that are currently moving through the area. Forkville, you guys are under a line of fire. Hillsboro as well from a storm that is starting to move east through that area. And then the main storm down by Pelahatchie that is starting to move east on United States Route 80 into Morton. What?
Yeah, the cell that's over near Florence got some elevated rotation. It's very interesting to say the least. I'm going to try and see if I can get a good view on this because this is a.
That's a mezzo. That's a
yeah,
mezzo. 100%. What is that?
That's why I'm like, huh. And that is a if I have never seen one before. We're gonna go full to this camera here. This is I-55 north of Cunningham. And this is going to be a really interesting view because we're going to be looking directly, directly at what seems to be a storm that could potentially be tornadic here in a bit. But Morgan, if you want to keep talking about that, go for it.
Yeah, it really looks like a transient supercell structure that we have going on east of 55 that Nate was just talking about. Currently to the south of Joplin. That is a You're right. What is that? I'm looking at your stream.
Yeah.
That is weird.
If
that truck that's in the field needs to consider. But,
well, that's actually on the on-ramp to the interstate.
Oh, okay. I couldn't tell if it was on the grass. But yeah, that elevated mesocyclonic feature looks pretty good. And has been getting better. It is entering the environment to the east of I-55 that has a really supportive area for low-level shear and the increase of low-level shear. And that's how we're really getting all of this tornadic activity right now. Also, folks, if you were here in the stream last night, please forgive me for saying that was just a 2% and not to be concerned. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Clearly.
Yeah, I would be starting to think about what your potential
funnel.
Safe space
There's a funnel. There's a funnel on it. Yep. So if you're south of Jackson right now, near Brandon, Florence, Byram, you need to get in your safe space right now. I just saw a funnel cloud.
East of Terry. East of Terry, north of Star on United States Route 49, going to the north and west. If you're on 469 south of Florence, in Florence to the northeast of Florence, really in the vicinity of Florence in general. Folks, please take your tornado precautions right now. Underground or lowest most part of your building, that is definitively a transient supercell structure that's starting to push off towards the north and east.
It's not that, chat. It's right here.
Considerable.
It's being blocked by the m.traffic.com whatever thing that is, but it's right there where I saw it. It was definitely a funnel. And yeah, if you're in Jackson, Richland, Brandon, Florence, Byram, yeah, there you go. You just saw it again right in the middle part of your screen right here. Although I just kind of looked off to the side to kind of try and see something else. I want to see if I can get a another view of this. Might be no. Yeah, that was downtown Terry-ish. What if we go? Oh, there you go. Yeah, this is probably better. On this screen, it looks like it could potentially be a funnel. It looks like it to me, but it also could very well be Scud as well. But there is definitely. Oh no, that might be a funnel. That very well could be a funnel, and the radar would support it too. It's right there, right here. That's where I'm looking. That does indeed look to be a funnel cloud that we are currently looking at.
Look for motion with the funnel if you can. The camera's quality is kind of negative 100%, but
I mean, this would be the camera to look at. This would be the camera to look at.
Motion.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in here right now, we have quite a few tornado warnings across the board here, ranging from Arkansas and Louisiana over into Mississippi. This will eventually also move off into portions of western Alabama as well. So if I just called your state out in general, it's probably a good idea for you to watch out for severe weather here this evening. This is going to be stuff that's going to continue to move all the way through, even past midnight. And if you decide to go to sleep, one thing I gotta, beg for you guys to have is, if you have a weather radio, make sure they have new batteries. If you have a phone, make sure you have emergency alert notifications on. All right?
And plug your phone in.
Yeah.
Too.
Otherwise, do not go to sleep. Do not go to sleep. If you know anyone that lives in northern Louisiana, southern Arkansas, central Mississippi, western Alabama, please let them know. Now is the time. All right? It is almost 9 o'clock central. This is right around in which people usually go to sleep, and or people could already be asleep. Please let them know. They probably shouldn't be asleep quite yet, all right? Because these storms do have the potential of producing significant tornadoes here this evening. So please, please, please watch out for that if you haven't already. We'll actually go over here, give you guys the big picture in general here in a second. Actually, it's probably a good idea for me to give you the big picture here now. This is what we are looking at here currently. We have the threat for severe weather across numerous states. We have a giant tornado watch that extends from Tennessee and Arkansas all the way down into much of Mississippi and Louisiana. We also could be talking about a new watch that could be issued here for portions of western Alabama here in a second. So please be sure to watch out for that. If you are in the yellow or the orange here today, this is where the main threat of severe weather is going to be. So if you are outside of these risks, all right, you guys are fine for this evening. You guys can go to sleep, okay? If you are in these risks, if you are in these areas, this is where you guys are going to want to watch out for severe weather here today, all right? I'm not going to be able, all right, last night Morgan took the reins of the channel and was able to tell you guys about the significant derecho that went through portions of Oklahoma. I'm not going to be able to go through in chat and be able to let everyone know about their towns today, all right? That's not how it's going to be here for this evening. There's going to be a bunch of storms. There's going to be a bunch of things that are going to change quite rapidly, which means you guys are going to have to listen. You guys are going to have to listen for areas that I'm going to be talking about. If your area has not been talked about, you guys are fine. There's a new tornado warning. Listen in.
Tornado warning
Probably
for
Florence.
southeastern Fayette County in West Tennessee.
No.
Tennessee.
Central
Tennessee.
Hardeman County in West Tennessee.
So that is a new tornado warning. We'll pick this up. I'll keep the camera here, and I'll actually move it over so that you guys can see what's happening on the right there.
I did want to mention really quickly the tornado warning that was in effect for Pelahatchie, Morton, has been downgraded to a normal tornado warning, base tornado warning. It is no longer confirmed, even though the polygon on Nate's screen says it's confirmed. GR2 doesn't update it per morning update. Just says at 8:52 a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Pelahatchie. So it is not confirmed at this time, but do remain in your safe space if you are in Morton or in Pulaski.
Right. There's the new tornado warning that just got issued. This is no, it's actually not. It's an embedded supercell. This is for Fayette and this is for Hardman counties, and that will be in effect until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 8:56, a severe thunderstorm was capable of producing a tornado. It's located near Somerville, or 17 miles east of Collierville, moving east at 30 miles per hour. So if you're near Williston, if you're south of Somerville, if you're north of Moscow, and if you're near State Highway 78 there in Tennessee, you need to get into your safe space immediately. There's the threat for a tornado right within your area, and you guys need to watch out for that very, very closely. So please be sure, if you haven't already, get into your safe space. And then areas further ahead of that, over here near Hickory Valley, State Highway 18, getting into Hardman counties here in Tennessee. You also need to get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. There's a lot more lightning on that cell that is south of Jackson. That one might actually try to produce a tornado here real quickly. So just we'll watch out for that here in a second. All right, just we'll talk about this storm and then we'll go back down to that cell in Jackson because I really do believe that one might actually produce a tornado here very shortly. There is a definite wall cloud that you can see right above me as well. But this is one thing to note. This is one thing to note here, okay? This storm near Williston does have rotation. You can see the classic formula for tornadoes. Reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards. This counterclockwise spin is where the tornadic rotation is at, and the velocities have actually upticked a bit. We can go into normalized rotation. We can show you that this actually pinpoints as to where the rotation is as well as how strong it is. Something tells me that this isn't exactly as strong as what is actually ongoing at this time. So areas over near Williston, there is rotation near your area. I do believe we could potentially be dealing with a tornado right within that area very, very shortly. So if you haven't already, get into your safe space now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Other than that, it doesn't seem to be on the ground right now. Fortunately, there's not a whole lot of turbulence at this time. That could very well change. We'll have to monitor that in a bit. But as I said, this thing could potentially turn into a tornado near Williston, Tennessee very, very shortly. All right, let's go back down south. Let's actually go over. That was my Mammatus cloud. I got new background, so hopefully it wouldn't be as bad as it usually would be. And on the right side there is where we'd be able to see if there is something tornadic that is going to drop. So that's going to be something to watch. Yeah, I think something is starting to come together there. I might try and see if I can find a new camera. There's cameras in Florence. It might be a good idea for us to use the cameras in Florence. That's a new tornado warning. Listen in.
Tornado warning for southern Rankin County in central Mississippi, northeastern Simpson County in central Mississippi.
Yep. It's Rankin and Simpson. So it is this Florence cell. They did issue a tornado warning for this Florence cell. Yeah, they did. I'm going to actually do this then. Switch to video. No, that's too far north.
Looks like the Morton storm is having issues with outflow boundaries coming out the rear end. Again, a tornado is still possible if you're in the Morton area, north of Pulaski, along Interstate 20, east of Tallahatchie. But at this point, tornado threat does not seem too particularly imminent. Although, actually, I may eat my words, northern edge, north of Tallahatchie, you may have a bookend vortex that is currently on the ground right now. It's very hard to tell. There is no particular correlation coefficient identification, but Nate, if you take a look at KDGX, you'll see a lot of spectrum with associated unconcentrated area just to the north of Tallahatchie. So, folks, if you're in Morton, if you're north of Pulaski, still keep your guard up and still remain in your safe space along United States Route 80. Also, another storm behind it, directly behind it, near Brandon right now. That also looks like it has a hook. It has a hooking signature. That went over the radar and has come out with a hooking signature, so that's a little concerning. So if you guys are in the Brandon-Pelahatchie areas, again, you may need to watch out for 2 consecutive storms. Florence storm still looks like it's going to try and produce a tornado. Mesocyclonic signature getting better and better by the frame. Continuing to move directly east, it's about to intersect the intersection of State Route 469 as well as United States Route 49, just to the south of Florence or in Florence. So if you're in Florence, north of Star, south of Richland, on, like I said, both 469 and United States Route 49, you need to be in your safe spaces, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. In addition, a little bit farther down the way, Johns on State Route 18, as well as Puckett, areas north of Puckett, you need to be in your safe space as well. Again, like I said, lowest innermost part of your building, away from windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
So I'm currently trying to look through and see all the cameras and stuff like that I can find. Because I do have an opportunity, or actually I do think we have a decent camera right here, so I might just use this instead. And I think I will. I think I am, actually. That went out. Let's see if I can use this camera without it being...
New tornado warning.
Yeah.
Tornado warning for East Central Rankin County in central Mississippi,
Yeah.
Northwestern Smith County in central
What I
Mississippi,
was just talking about.
Southwestern Scott County in central Mississippi.
Yeah. Let's see if I can find anything here, chat, or if we can find anything here. That is a lot of lightning. Not too surprising, but that is still a lot of lightning. If there's a tornado, it's going to be over here on the right. Or somewhere here in the middle to the right. We just need the lightning to kind of illuminate this area without crashing the thing. You want to know something interesting here, chat? Something that's very interesting. Do you see this rain right here? See this rain? This rain is streaming south. It's streamlining south. So we have winds that are moving towards what would be this wall cloud right here, which I'm sure we've seen. And there's the edge of the wall cloud right there. That's the edge of the wall cloud. So we are north of the actual rotation, and we're looking south. This is in Florence, Mississippi right here. Of course, if there is anything tornadic, this is going to be right in front of us. But just kind of really interesting to see. Usually, if this was just a general thunderstorm, we'd see rain moving from the right to the left. So from the west to the east. That's not the case. In this instance, this is moving from north to south and into the actual mesocyclone. So this is definitely a very interesting view. I really want to see if I can see something. I don't want to pull away from this camera because I know that we're probably going to see something down here soon. We just need something to kind of light up the clouds and make things a little bit easier for us to see. But I really do believe we'll see something here. We also have right above us, right there, that's the radar. And we can see that there are an abundance of thunderstorms, but this one in particular here that is south of Florence. All right, this one right here is the storm in question that we are going to be talking about. And that is a heck of a mesocyclone right here that we just saw. It's right there. You can see this is a heck of a hook signature. Oh, and that is a massive mesocyclone. That is a massive wall cloud that we just saw with a big lightning strike. You can see the base right within there. But you can see this is a clear hooking signature right within there. You can see the rains being wrapped around into a bit of a hook. Inflow coming in unimpeded just like so. So where the warm, moist inflow and the rain-cooled outflow meet together could eventually spell tornado for areas near Florence and south and east, as well as east of Florence on Highway 49. So if you are anywhere along Highway 49 from Florence to areas south of Florence, it is recommended that you guys get into your safe space. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. I'm actually going to move this over, and hopefully we'll be able to see stuff now as it is starting to pass off to the south of Florence. Oh wow, we might actually see something here in a second. We need lightning. We need lightning to illuminate this. That could be a funnel. That very well could be a funnel. We'll do that real quickly because it seems chat is having some issues. Oh, that might be a funnel. That might be a, was that a power flash, chat? Did I just see a power flash right in front of us? Was that a power flash?
It's definitely on the ground, Nate.
I'm pretty sure that was
Nate,
a power
it's on-
flash.
Nate, it's on the ground.
Yeah,
Look at 1.4 tilt. It's on the ground.
I want to see it with
Florence.
this camera here real quickly, because we've got the
course.
camera right here.
It's dark. Just
Of course,
take
but
what you've got. Look at 0.5. Yeah, that is a tornado. Clear as day, a tornado at 0.5 tilt.
Morgan,
Folks, if you're in Florence and Star, safe space, underground or lowest airmost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And Nate, especially considering, is it not pouring rain on the camera you're seeing?
you can see stuff that is backlit. You can see it.
I mean,
I just need
take a
lightning.
shot. If you're north of Piney Woods, north and east of 49, north of Star.
Oh, big
If you're north and
debris
east of 49
signature.
at Star, yeah. Like I said, folks, if you guys are in these areas, it's time to go. Time to go. There's your tornado reported at at 9:10. A confirmed tornado was located over Florence, moving east at 25 miles an hour. Hazard for a damaging tornado and golf ball size tail per radar indication. Folks, time to go. If you're in Johns Pocket, Star, Florence, you need to be in your safe space, underground or lowest airmost part of your building. Huge debris signature. Doesn't have an outflow boundary though, so I'm going to be interested to see how that affects it.
Man. That could go right over this camera, hypothetically. All right, we're going to keep this camera up in the top here, and we're going to see if the conditions continue to deteriorate over here. But this should be right next to the tornado, and if there is something that does move on through, which more than likely will. You know, that's just the thing about it. There's high confidence that there is more than likely a tornado ongoing within this area right here. And because of that, the National Weather Service has issued a confirmed tornado warning. This is a tornado that is on the ground. This is southeast of Florence. And if you live within these areas here, you need to get into your safe space right now. You need to get into your safe space right now. If you haven't already, please be sure to help us spread the information by copying the link to the live stream put on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to... Oh my goodness, that was a heck of a lightning shot right there. If you could, please be sure to help us spread this information to as many people as possible by hitting the thumbs up button down below. It really does help us out a lot. And it helps us get this out to thousands of people on YouTube. Thousands of people on YouTube. So this is a confirmed tornado right now in southern Rankin County in Mississippi. This is heading off towards Star, as well as Piney Woods, Highway 18 here in Mississippi, as well as Johns and Puckett. If you're in those areas there, and if you are along Highway 49, southeast of Florence, need to get into your safe space right now. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. All right, we do have a storm here that clearly has the debris signature. You can see this ball right here. It is now moved off towards the northeast, which means it has crossed the road. If I look at the camera and put that there, we might be able to see something in the distance. So we'll put the camera there, and hopefully we'll see something within that shot. We might actually be able to see.
Still a tornado.
Yes.
Like, indeed. Still definitively a tornado, although it does look like it is occluding to the north and east.
Yes. I would have to agree. But yeah, this is definitely a storm that you do not want to mess with. This is definitely a storm you do not want to mess with. You can see this thing does have, or it did have a good velocity signature with it. You can see the ball has now, it's gotten a little teeny bit smaller. So this is what the ball was right here. This is where the tornado was. It moved off towards the north and east, just like this. And the ball has now turned into kind of this congeal mess, if you will. But it is still something that is tornadic. All right, that is still a tornado that is in progress. You can see the outflow boundary that it created as well, which is a classic signature of something tornadic, or at least something supercellular, I should say, not really tornadic. So this is definitely a storm that is something that we are going to want to continue to watch out for. All the signs of this thing continuing to sustain are still pointing to that being likely. And because of that, that's the reason why we're warning the other areas here in southeastern Rankin County and southern Rankin County here in Mississippi. You're going to want to get in your safe space. All right? You're going to want to get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If you haven't already, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. It really does help us get onto the YouTube algorithm, and we can get this stream out to thousands of people. All right, that is what we're trying to strive for the people who don't have cable, for the people who don't have the weather apps, so that way they may be able to look at this stuff on their own. We are here for them, and we want to be able to try and make sure that you guys are all okay as these storms move on through. If you know anyone who are like that or need information that could be beneficial, to them, please be sure to also send this stream over to them. All right, it could be a little text message. Say, hey, did you know that you're going to see severe weather here today? Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee. Did you know that you're going to see severe weather here today? Oh, you did? Oh, that's cool. If you didn't, please be sure to look on through, or just, watch out for this guy. This might be something interesting for you to watch. So all those little things, it does help. It does help out. So please be sure to spread this information if you haven't already. Let us see. That is an updated tornado warning. That is for Rankin, Scott, and Smith counties. I do believe this one over here, south of Pelahatchie, could potentially try to recycle. This one could potentially be the next one up to try and produce a tornado. That could mean that areas along I-20 from Pelahatchie to Morton, Pulaski, as well as maybe even Forest. I do think you guys could potentially be the next ones up to potentially see something tornadic as well. So watch out for that. But besides that, we still have this one over here east of Florence, and yeah, that is still on the ground. That might even be stronger than it originally was. Big spectrum width, or not really a big spectrum width. Huh?
Slightly hard to tell because of how close we are to the radar.
And not when it's got 62 on top of 30, it doesn't. It's that, when you get that, all right, you can get those values. Those are a little raw. You know there's a tornado on the ground, so any values that you can get with gradual increase, that's pretty accurate. And that is still a debris signature. You can look at that on ZDR and you can say, yep, that is 100% a tornado. 100%. It might be easier for me to try and Does this thing... This only has east, and it's terrible at it. Do we have any more cameras? No. That's the unfortunate thing. We don't have anything right here. We have one that is near forest. That might be something to use later on. But the cameras are going to have to be... cameras are going to be a little limited for us, which is a little unfortunate, but we'll be good. We'll be able to see, still see things. Thank you guys so much for getting us to 500 likes. All right, you guys are really helping us out. As I said, keep hitting that thumbs up button down below. The closer we get to 1,000, the more we can get this out to more and more people. As I said, we can get the stream to thousands of people with your guys' help. So please be sure to do so if you have not already. We're just going to stick with this camera. I think this is probably the best bet. Morgan, can you potentially try to get on a scanner for Southern Rankin? And just try and listen to what they got over there. Might be a good way to hear what's actually going on.
If they even have one.
I would assume so. It's Brandon areas, East Jackson.
And they do.
Okay, so just listen to what's going on back there, and if you hear anything interesting, just holler. We do have a couple other severe thunderstorm warnings across the board. The tornado warnings that were originally in southern Arkansas are no longer tornadic. They have now become a congealed line of severe weather. We'll move over to that radar to kind of show you guys what I'm talking about. There is a storm that I am watching that could potentially get a tornado warning here soon. It does have a bit of contamination, so it's hard to say. But there is rotation. There is a mesocyclone on it. So do not be surprised if they issue a tornado warning here for Claiborne Parish. Claiborne Parish in Louisiana. This is heading off towards the Lisbon area, as well as areas east of Homer, areas north of Sugar Creek, or even near Sugar Creek, and then maybe even near the Hico areas. So if you're over there in Louisiana, it might be a good idea for you guys to, just be aware that there could potentially be something tornadic heading off into your area. They also might issue the tornado warning for Lincoln Parish in Louisiana, so don't be surprised if that's also a thing there too. This camera keeps freezing up, so I think it might be a good idea for us to just switch it to that, and then just hope for the best. But yeah, nothing too tornadic with those storms. There's also another storm that's heading towards the Greenville, Mississippi area, as well as Lake Village and Jenny. So that might be something to note. This one does not have a tornado possible with it, according to the National Weather Service. That does not mean that there couldn't be a tornado. It's just as of right now, it's not indicated that there could potentially be one. So,
Nate, I'm going to assume you don't want every report of a tree down. Because I've had 3 in the first minute.
Just say there's been multiple reports of trees down then.
There have been multiple reports of trees down then.
Thank you. Morgan J. Fold with excellent reporting. We do appreciate you with that, though. So thank you much.
You're welcome.
Someone was asking in chat if this thing could perform a meso handoff. 100%. I actually do believe that we could be talking about a new tornado that is trying to form here relatively soon. Might even be trying to do so as of this moment. That'd be east of Star. So the first one occluded, moved off towards the north and east. There's a new one that is forming. It is right here. All right, so you can see the hook was originally back over here. It is now trying to cut that off and wrap around right here. And because of that, we also have a secondary area to watch in regards to rotation. We can see this is the old tornado right here. So green's moving towards, red's moving away. This bright blue right here, this bright green, and this kind of darker red that are pixel to pixel right next to each other. And even I'll go back a scan in the past, and you can see right there is where the old tornado was. And there is a new storm, a new tornado that is trying to develop just to the east of Star right here. This is green's moving towards, red's moving away. So the same old recipe for tornadoes to form is showing up again here on radar. This would be just to the north and east of Star, just to the north of Piney Woods. And from the looks of it, this one is also moving off more towards the east northeast. So if you're over here near Johns or on Highway 18 in Mississippi, this would be south of Brandon, well south of Brandon, and well east of Florence here in southeastern Rankin County in Mississippi.
Multiple houses damaged, power lines on fire in Florence.
Sheesh.
We could also have 2 tornadoes right now.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. We could potentially be seeing a new one. And then if this new storm, this new tornado decides to form, which could very well be within the next few minutes, as I said, Johns and Highway 18, northwest of Puckett or areas near Puckett, you're going to want to get in your safe space right now. All right, if you're in a tornado warning in general, all right, and the mods will put in the exclamation point tornado command in the chat, we'll be able to let you guys know as to how you guys can stay safe from tornado warnings. This does look like a storm that could potentially be impactful. You guys are going to get into a sturdy structure, get in the lowest innermost part of that building, and put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors as possible. Get helmets, get pillows. If you don't have helmets, get pans or pots and stuff like that to try and hold over your head, and get hard-soled shoes, any other stuff that, you know, potentially could even be any other stuff that could potentially be helpful for you to protect your body from potential debris. That stuff can go a long way. I also want to mention here the storm south of Pelahatchie more than likely is going to try and produce a tornado here soon, which means that if you are near I-20 or south of I-20 here on the border of Rankin County, Scott County, and then areas of northern Smith counties, you're going to want to get in your safe space. This is going to be south of Pelahatchie. This is going to be south of Morton. If you guys live within those areas, you guys are going to want to get into your safe space right now. All right, there is no time for delay as of this moment. This one could potentially even be one of your strong tornadoes that is expected here this evening. No time for delay. No time for delay whatsoever. You need to get into your safe space right now as of this moment. So if you have a basement, get to it. Otherwise, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right, if there's a local tornado shelter that you know of over near Pulaski and Polkville, you need to get into your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right. Let's see. Yeah, Morton, Polkville, Pulaski. This is definitely going to be the one that's going to try and produce a tornado. You can clearly see the velocities. I'm going to go to the normalized rotation, actually, and show you guys how radar quantifies the rotation. And believe it or not, it actually says that this is where the main area of rotation is, but that's not actually correct. It's actually this one right here. This is where the main area of rotation would be. This is where the tornado would actually be if there was one. And you can clearly see with the rain, you can see the rain's being wrapped all the way around just like this and is being wrapped around into that bottom part of the hook. You can see the warm, moist inflow being pulled into the inflow notch. And where both of those meet, that's where you can get your spin. That's where you can get your tornado. And so you can clearly see that is the case. You can see a lot of these very bright reds that are moving away from the radar and these bright greens moving towards. The combination of these two can create a lot of spin in the atmosphere, a lot of counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere, which can indeed lead to tornadoes. So that's the big thing there. This is definitely something that we're going to want to watch out for as this continues to move off through into the areas near Pulaski and areas south of Morton and near or south of I-20. So please, 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 if you are in southern Scott County here in Mississippi, you need to get into your safe space now. I'm going to move my Memphis radar over to Columbus Air Force Base. That
tornado
stuff
watch.
is there.
Tuscaloosa.
So they did issue a new one for Western Alabama.
Indeed.
That would be a good time then for me to show you all as to what exactly we're talking about here, actually. This right here is the outlook for severe weather here today. First off, if you are in the yellow or if you are in the orange, you need to pay attention to severe weather here tonight. If you're in the green, you guys are good. You don't have to listen to my voice anymore. I more than likely will not be talking about your area, if not at all. If you are in the yellow or if you are in the orange, it's probably a good idea for you to stay up this evening. All right? The threat for severe weather, especially in the orange area, seems to be likely with the potential for large hail, greater than 2 inches. So we're talking golf balls, so even larger than golf balls, as well as the threat for tornadoes, some of which could be strong, is possible this evening all the way up and even past midnight. So if you guys are in those areas, you need to watch out. If you know anyone who lives within those areas, let them know. Do not let them sleep right now. Let them know so that way they may be prepared. That's the big thing here. We want to try and prepare people ahead of time. That way, if things do occur, if things do end up becoming, not the greatest in the world.
Break.
What?
Weather spotters have confirmed a tornado north of Polkville. That storm is back on the ground again.
Yeah, that's not surprising there. That is not surprising there.
That storm also by Star looks to be going outflow dominant for the period of time. So, interesting development there. New tornado watch probs are 40-20.
Okay, so they're just expecting the outskirts.
Yes, they're expecting probably a lot of brief ones, honestly, with the remnants of whatever cluster this all forms. 40-20, 40-20, 20-20.
Yeah, that's not too surprising. All right. We will do that. That will make things a little bit easier for us. At least I hope. There we go. As I said, I really do appreciate you guys. I really do appreciate you guys helping us out, helping us spread the information. It really does mean us. It really means a lot to us. We can continue to get this stream out to thousands of people. We really can. All you guys have to do is hit that thumbs up button down below, because that helps us get onto YouTube's algorithm, and that allows us to spread this information with more and more people. So please be sure, if you haven't already, hit that thumbs up button down below. You can even subscribe and then unsubscribe after the stream. We just want to try and get this information out to as many people as possible, and we know we can. So please be sure to do so if you haven't already. If you're just tuning in here right now, we have 2 tornado warnings, both of which have had confirmed tornadoes at some point, one of which might even be on the ground as of right now. According to spotters, that is the case. From radar, it doesn't seem to be the case, but, when people are telling you on the ground, they're actually visually looking at it, you have to trust what they're saying. And so, if you know anyone that lives in the following counties in Mississippi, we're talking eastern Rankin County, central to southern Scott County, as well as central to northern Smith County, you need to let them know that there's tornadic activity imminent there's imminent tornadic activity within their area. All right, imminent tornadic activity within their area. The threat for tornadoes is likely within that area, especially since we've already had a history of them producing in Rankin County already. So, need to get in your safe space. If you have a basement or if you know of a tornado shelter within your area, please get to one. All right. Otherwise, lowest innermost part of a sturdy building. Mobile home will not cut it. Lowest innermost part of a sturdy building. That way, you can put as many walls. All right. If you think of a fortress, you want as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. You can think of medieval times or the Civil War or whatever. slingshots, cannons. They launch those, projectiles at the walls. One wall slows it down, the second one might completely stop it, right? Same premise here. You want to put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors as possible. And you can even...
Nate, please stop talking. They're reporting major damage, power lines over the road. They can't really get through. That's near 49 to the southeast of Florence.
So that's where the tornado went earlier on. That was in southern... Yes. So that is well south of Brandon, the southeast of Jackson. That was the tornado that we saw earlier. The power flash that we saw earlier on stream as well. More than likely even was the... I think we saw the tornado on stream as well. I'll have to look back at it whenever we have time. But that is a new tornado warning. Listen in.
Tornado warning.
Tennessee.
Northwestern Tippah County in northeastern Mississippi, northeastern Benton County in northeastern Mississippi.
Oh, yikes.
Southwestern Hardeman County in West Tennessee.
So that is a new tornado warning in Tennessee. I think I'm actually going to move my radar over here.
Look at the spectrum on that. Goodness gracious. Heading toward Walnut right now.
Do I have a drum set or something? No, it's that's my fan because the room that I'm currently in is pretty hot. What I can do, all right, Morgan, if you want to talk, I can.
It's a really humid 68 by me.
It's just been hot in my room. So let me turn off the fan. I'll tell you what, I'll turn it off, or I'll actually turn it down, and then I'll open my window. Make things easier because it's 64 outside. So I should be able to make things a little bit easier. There we go. All right. That's fixed. Here's the new tornado warning. This is on the border of Mississippi and Tennessee. This is Hardman County as well as Benton County and Tippah County. So if you're in those areas, guys need to get in your safe space. Areas near Highway 72, near Canaan, as well as Walnut, you need to get in your safe space. If you're near Grand Junction or south and east of Grand Junction, you need to get in your safe space. If you're near Salisbury or areas south of Salisbury here in Tennessee, you need to get in your safe space. Areas from Highway 57, from Grand Junction all the way over to areas south of Middleton, you also need to get into your safe space. The threat for tornadoes is possible within this area. That's the reason why a tornado warning has been issued. You can see the greens are moving towards the radar, reds are moving away, so right in the middle. This classic formula for tornadoes is evident here on radar, and that's the reason why the tornado warning has been issued. We'll go to the normalized rotation, and you can see that this thing actually has a higher value of normalized rotation here. This is some moderate values of rotation here indicated in the green and the yellow. Of course, if we saw any reds or pinks, that would indicate strong rotation. So we do have a storm that does seem to be trying to put down a tornado, one of which would be a bit stronger than what we have seen here so far this evening. So that's the reason why we are going to want to try and make sure that you guys are in your safe space already. All right, this is a good ways away from some of the areas like Ripley, Ashland, Kossuth, Corinth, as well as Selmer and Mitchie. In the local areas of Salisbury, Tennessee, Middleton, Tennessee, Canaan, Mississippi, as well as Walnut, Mississippi, need to get in your safe space. All right, this is where we could potentially be talking about the threat for a tornado existing within this area. You can also see some turbulence within this area. Usually tornadoes do cause turbulence. This is probably a good indicator that we could have something right within this area. The potential for a spin up at least is possible, is definitely possible. So we'll come back to that there in a second. But that was the new tornado warning that was issued. Man, wow. I think that cell that's north of Polkville, if it wasn't on the ground already, I think it is pretty safe to say that this thing is definitely on the ground now. Yeah, I really do believe that this definitely seems to be a strong storm. If you're in Pulaski, Mississippi, you need to get into your safe space. A mobile home will not do it. Underground, if you know of a tornado shelter in your area, or if you have a basement, get to it. Otherwise, get in a sturdy structure and get in the lowest, innermost part of your building. This is a very strong storm that could produce a strong tornado. And this is definitely one of those things to where if you are caught without shelter, all right, you will be impacted by this. So you need to get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. I would recommend, honestly, if you're in Pulaski right now and you don't know of a sturdy structure, head south on 481. If you head south on 481, you might be able to at least get out of the way of this thing. And actually, let's see. I was looking at some other things earlier. Let's try and go over here and see. Yeah, if you go south on 481, you guys will be able to try and avoid this thing. All right? But you don't have much time. So, if you're in Pulaski, you have time right now. If you rush to the car and you head south, you will be able to avoid this tornado, because this more than likely will be a tornado. We're talking, all right, this is how strong the tornado is, all right, and that actually just updated and the thing just weakened completely. But what was earlier was 65 miles per hour on top of 50. So that is a 115 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the winds were within that tornado that just occurred. Now, of course, a recent scan shows that there definitely was, or could have been a tornado. It looks like there was, but now it is gusting out. So really interesting to see this on velocities. You can see how consolidated it was right within this area right here. And then you'll see in the next scan, see how this kind of puts a lot of its bright pixels here in this line right in this area. This tells me that our winds are really forcing its way out, and it is gusting out. So this is going to create also a lot of strong damaging winds. I'm probably thinking about 70 miles per hour. Could even get to the Category 1 hurricane force winds if this was a hurricane. Of course, it's not. But we could be talking about winds comparable to such as this gets closer and closer to Pulaski. So if you're in Pulaski, you need to continue to get in your safe space. Regardless of this thing weakening, you need to be able to get to a sturdy structure right now and get into the lowest, innermost part of your building. All right, that's the best way I can put it across to you. If you're just tuning in here right now, we have 2 tornado warnings as of this time. We have one that is for Rankin, Scott, and Smith counties, specifically Eastern Rankin County, as well as Southern Scott County and Northwestern Smith County. And then the second tornado warning that we have is for Southeastern Rankin County, heading off into the Johns and the Puckett areas. So if I just called your county here in Mississippi, you need to get in your safe space right now. We also have a tornado warning that is in the northern portion of the state into southwestern Tennessee. We're talking Hardman County as well as Benton County and Tippah County along the border of Mississippi and Tennessee. So if you're in those areas, you need to get into your safe space as well for the potential of a tornado existing within that area. And it does look like potentially, well, this thing might have actually produced a lot of strong damaging winds as RFD rather than a tornado. But still a storm that is rotating. This storm is showing signs of there potentially being something tornadic within this. So there is still a good reason as to why a tornado warning has been issued for these storms. So if you're over near Canaan, if you're near Walnut, if your area is south of Salisbury, over here along the border of Tennessee and Mississippi, you need to get in your safe space. That's what you need to do. Let us go over back to Jackson. This storm has been really interesting, but it's not spanning up into the atmosphere. It's pretty surface based. I actually wonder.
Looks like there's other storms developing and getting in its way.
Scared the crap out of me.
Yeah.
I've got a camera here. I think it's an interesting camera. Of course, all the cameras that I try to pull up are what I would like to say are interesting. This is near Canton, Mississippi. This is north of Jackson. We're looking at the severe thunderstorm warning that is crossing the interstate. It has a mesocyclone. You can clearly see that there is a wall cloud right here. So it'll be very interesting to see if this thing actually does try to do something. But really interesting view. And of course, I also want to mention, look at the lightning. I mean, this thing is just, it's got a lot of lightning. All right. It just constant flashes every other second. Maybe even less than that, actually. It'd be every second. It seems like it's every second that there's just lightning, constant lightning. And that could be a testament to a storm intensifying. There's a lot of instances to where if you've had a lot of specific types of lightning to occur, that actually tells you that a storm is intensifying. So, or at least if there's more lightning than there once was, that tells you that a storm is intensifying or is constantly being intense. So that's something to note. That's something to note, that this thing is really firing off on all cylinders. And we're watching this one very closely because I really do believe this area right here could be an area to where we could watch out for a tornado. If you're in Florida, you're good. We're not talking about Florida today. All right. Now would be a great time because fortunately the storms are not really ramping up rotation-wise. So now would be a good time to shout out the people who supported the channel real quickly. So I'm going to do that. First off, Kaz Attack with the membership. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And then Kaz Attack with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Says keep up the good work. Shame I won't be able to watch you in basic training. There it is. Thank you so much, as I said, for the 10. Really do appreciate that. Iron Jedi with the 5. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. Says, how is northeastern Georgia for tonight? You guys are good. Don't worry about it. You guys are fine. Skywarn Weather Watch with the 2 says, hey, how can I help out with you?
Sharing the stream.
Sharing the stream, and constantly spreading the information and stuff like that. That would probably be the best way to help out. And then Andrew with the 2. Actually did the 2 twice, so it's the 4. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate
398.
The 398, but you can round up. It's close enough. YouTube takes a portion of it away anyway, so it's like 350. But thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. It says, don't ever doubt how good you are at streaming. Always so excited when I see you guys live. Well, I really do appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much. And then April Rain and Sunshine, of course, is now named Tornado Grammy with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Amazing moderator. If you have any questions, I direct you to either her or Becca Lynn, because those two hold it down most of the time. There's also some other instances to where we have Julie in there and Mark Mulo.
And me when I feel like doing something or if I'm not running the show.
Yep. So
I've held the fort down all right the past couple of days.
yeah. Well, I mean, we can expect more of that If one can't stream, the other one hopefully will pick it up.
Indeed.
So. So, interestingly enough, I'm going to show you guys this really interesting radar. Very interesting.
Tristan.
Andrew with another 2. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Tristan. I am really regretting telling y'all that story now. I really am. I'm not gonna live that down. It's just, it really is not gonna happen. Not until something changes, but we can always hope that something does.
Something has to change. Come on.
Something, I can't be living like this, man. I can't be living like this. Oh boy. But, alright, I wanted to show you guys this interesting radar. You guys see the old supercell that produced the tornado near Florence, right? See this rain wrapping around into debris ball that's right there. You can see the outflow boundary that's coming from this. Andrew, I saw that too. Go away. We got these storms that are back behind this as well, and the outflow boundary has kind of kicked it up a notch. All right, it's reinvigorated. Jeez, I can't speak. Reinvigorated these storms.
Things don't change.
Yeah, I know, right? And they have now kind of popped out. See this? This one just kind of popped out of nowhere. And unironically, this storm is also the reason why this storm that produced the tornado near Florence is not doing anything as of right now, because it's starting to merge with the other. It has now become a mess. Quite the mess. The only issue with this mess, however, is that with some of these storms that become a mess can also come quick spin-up tornadoes. And that is what we could potentially have with this one. So watch out for that if you can. I also want to mention the storm over here in Madison County. That's the severe thunderstorm warning that is north of Canton, near Way, Camden, and Sharon. Don't be surprised if they issue a new tornado warning with that. That one's starting to spin up as well. So watch out. We'll go to Columbus Air Force Base. There's a storm that's over here near Newtonville. Severe thunderstorm warning with damage threat considerable tag for, this would be golf ball size tail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So if you're over here near the Newtonville, the Barry area, areas near Highway 43, north of Samantha and Moores Bridge, you guys might want to get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. This is a storm that can produce hail that can smash windows and windshields. And I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen numerous times. If you have any pets outside, and this goes for anyone who's dealing with severe weather this evening, if you have pets outside, it's recommended you bring them in. Because this one definitely seems to be a good example of what we could potentially see for areas that are heading off into the western portions of Alabama. So large hail, strong damaging winds, maybe even the threat for a tornado or two is possible. But regardless, damage threat considerable, severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball sized hail with this storm. Let us see. Mark Potochnik, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Computer, congratulations, GG. But Mark, thank you so much for the membership. I really do appreciate it. Western Marylander, hey, you're not too far away from where I live. It's pretty cool. Nice to see you in the chat. Nice to see you in the chat. Glad to see all these people, even if they're not directly in the threat for severe weather. I really am happy that you guys are out coming to the stream and even helping us spread information. It really does mean a lot. So thank you guys so much. There's the report of a tornado on the ground earlier. That was for the cell that was approaching Polkville, the tornado that was approaching Polkville. So that is interesting to note that that one did indeed produce. I want to go back real quickly, also, chat. I say thank you guys for also coming here. I also got to thank you guys for helping support the channel. I mean, we're approaching 700 likes, and that's amazing, especially since we're almost 2 hours into it, and we're already up to that point. You guys have been treating us really well and helping us spread the information. If you want to help us spread this stream out to thousands of people, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. We've done it before. We can do it again. We can continue to spread this information to more and more people who could need it. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get this out to people who don't have cable, who don't have weather apps to see the stuff for themselves. We want to make sure that we can provide accurate information for them. So please be sure to spread the information if you haven't already. If you know any friends that could be impacted by the severe weather this evening, share this stream with them. It's a good idea there too. You can put it on Facebook, put it on Twitter, Instagram, all sorts of stuff like that. So I really do appreciate it. I really do. There's a potential recycling phase here with the storm that approached Pulaski. This was the storm that originally put down a tornado near Polkville. Just had the report come in and was officially processed by the National Weather Service. It seems we have a new recycle here with this storm. You can see the rain starting to wrap back down into a hook. The inflow notch is pretty unimpeded for the most part. Usually when you have a thunderstorm in that, it can kind of mess things up for a thunderstorm. Similar to this one over here near Puckett and Johns. That's the reason why this one doesn't really have a whole lot of activity as of this moment. This one, however, near Pulaski, might be starting to uptrend here in a bit. We could potentially be seeing a tornado south of Forest along State Highway 35. So don't be surprised if a new tornado warning gets issued for southern Scott County as well as northern Smith County. Do not be surprised at all. Yes.
God, crap.
Bless you, Morgan.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Oh, that hurt.
Have you heard anything on the scanner as of recent, or has it just been? Well, there's your
just kind of the same stuff.
There's your new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northwestern Jasper County in east central Mississippi, southwestern Newton County in east central Mississippi, northeastern Smith County in central Mississippi, southeastern Scott County in central Mississippi.
Well, I told you there would be a tornado warning for Scott and Smith. Did not expect Newton and Jasper, though. They issued a really large warning for that one. But, I mean, it's still warranted. The storm is heading off into that area, so it's not too surprising. Not too surprising to see that. If you are in southern Scott, southern Newton, northwestern Jasper, and northern Smith County here in Mississippi, need to get in your safe space right now. All right, if you have a basement or if you know of a storm shelter within your area, go get to it. Otherwise, lowest innermost part of a sturdy building. Lowest innermost part. Mobile homes will not cut it. All right, I'm telling you right now, I understand there's a lot of mobile homes within the state of Mississippi. I understand that. But I'm telling you right now, mobile homes are not safe for you to be in when a storm moves on through. Okay? So, if you're in a mobile home and you know where a sturdy building is, that could be a gas station, that could be a shopping center, or whatever. It's safer for you to be in there than it is for you to be in a mobile home. So please be sure to do that. And the car is the same thing. All right. If you were to ask me where would I rather, hide out in a tornado, a car or a mobile home, I'd say neither. As a matter of fact, I would be flat on the ground. That's what I would do. All right, new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Rankin County in
All
central
the tornado
Mississippi,
warnings.
northeastern Simpson
Extension of the
County in
southern storm.
central Mississippi,
Mhm.
central Smith County in central Mississippi.
Ugh, something wrong with my nose. But that is a new tornado warning for the cell that is over near Johns and Puckett. So that is northeastern Simpson, southeastern Rankin, as well as much of Smith. That's the issue with my nose. I found it. Ouch. I'll have to look at that later on because there's there's something wrong with my nose. But yeah, I mean, if you were to ask me as to where I would hide out in, if a tornado were to hit me, a car or a mobile home, I'd say neither. I would get in a ditch and I would lay flat in it. That's where I would go. All right. So that's how much I trust mobile homes and cars. Because there's been all sorts of research and statistics that have been done. And those places are the worst to hide in. All right. They are not safe, which means you need.
It's 11 o'clock.
It is 11 o'clock, my dudes. I turned it off for that reason for today.
I just didn't think that far in advance. I don't do that.
Yeah, I understand that.
I'll be right back.
All right. So, that's my point. You are going to want to stay in a sturdy structure, and you're going to want to stay away from windows. So once again, 2 new tornado warnings. Of course, I think the one that is over here south of Forest and east of Pulaski, that one probably will have the better chance in the near term of producing a tornado. That is a new tornado warning as well, so go ahead and listen into that.
Tornado warning for northeastern Lincoln Parish in north central Louisiana.
Oh, it's for that line. Yeah, that's not too surprising. That's no longer tornado warned. We're going back over here to Shreveport. Becca with the gifted membership. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. PA, we're fine. And notice how I say we're because I'm in Pennsylvania. All right, that's where I'm currently in the studio. This is currently where I do my work. In Pennsylvania. So. But yeah, Becca with the gifted. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Tornado clips. Congratulations. There you go. There's your new tornado warning. Interesting. It does have rotation. It would be right here. You can see greens and blues moving towards reds moving away. Right there is where the rotation's at. So if you're in Dubach, if you're in northern Lincoln Parish here, north of Ruston, north of Chodron, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Right here is where the rotation is. This is the normalized rotation. This quantifies how strong the rotation actually is. We're in the lower scale of moderate rotation. This is the green area here. So if you guys are within those areas near Dubach, all right, this isn't weak rotation. The one thing to take away from it is it's not blue. All right, we've got greens in here, which tells me that we have strong enough rotation for it to try and do some damage. So do me a favor, if you haven't already, get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. If you don't have a basement or if you don't know of a storm shelter, that's fine. Just get in a sturdy structure and get into the lowest innermost part of it. All right. Ruston, you guys, if you know anyone who lives in Ruston, Louisiana, should probably watch out. The storm could eventually head off into your general vicinity. We're talking probably an hour from now. So I would definitely watch out. We've gotten over 700 likes. Wow, you guys keep smashing that thumbs up button down below, and there will be no issue with us spreading this information. All right, we are trying to get this out to as many people as possible, and you guys have been constantly helping us out. Continue to do that. Continue to help us spread this information if you haven't already, because it really does help when you hit the thumbs up button down below.
And you can even subscribe and unsubscribe after the stream if you want, but subscribing helps out too. This helps us get the stream out to more and more people on YouTube. All right, back to the tornado warnings here in central Mississippi. They could potentially issue a new tornado warning here for Scott County. We're talking central to northern Scott counties, maybe even central to northern Newton County as well, near Hillsborough and Forest, as well as Harperville. I would not be surprised if that was the case. I'm actually going to try and see. That's the north view? Really? Give me a second, chat. I'm going to pull up. No, it's not. I'm going to pull this up right here. North is down, east is down, west is down. That's nice. So we don't have a camera in Forest. That's very nice. We're going to go to east. And we're just going to have that camera up. And hopefully we'll be able to see something with that. Oh. That's interesting. All right, so I got some news for y'all, chat. We do have at least what I'm assuming is a new recycling period that could be coming from this storm here very soon. Because it looks like the storm here near Puckett, so the southern tornado warning, near Puckett, Gunn, Burns, and Raleigh. It looks like this one could be trying to recycle, and we could be talking about a new tornado that is possible heading off towards Raleigh and Burns here in a bit. It's not on the ground quite yet, if it were to be on the ground. But we could be talking about one soon, so don't be surprised. Smith County, Mississippi. We're talking Raleigh, Burns, areas near Highway 18, Highway 540, and Highway 35. Do not be surprised if we call out your guys' area and there could be a tornado. Do not be surprised. All right. I'm going to... Oh, wow. Yeah, ZDR is pretty high within these areas. So that tells me that this is probably a storm that's going to want to intensify more and more. Is that fallout? No. No, it's not. That is interesting, though. I was watching your show last time. I called a Farmerville tornado. Was that the one over in Missouri? Like in October of 21? Is Montgomery, Alabama going to get torn up overnight? It doesn't really look like it, honestly. I mean, you guys are in the threat for severe weather, but it's mainly for wind, and that'll be an overnight threat. So if you guys can just stay away from windows, if you could just stay away from windows for the night, you guys should be good. But I'm still going to watch out regardless, because that's what I got to do. When does this tornado watch in Alabama end? At 2 a.m. Central. 2 a.m. This one ends at 1 a.m. Oh, goodness me. I'm going to be staying up for a good while. Farmerville, Louisiana, like right now? Oh. Oh! Oh! Oh, that tornado. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I remember that. Speaking of Farmerville, there's a report of power lines down over there. So strong winds moving on through that area. That's still... That could be a weakening storm. But that could also potentially be a tornado. Near Dubach, heading off near Vienna in Lincoln Parish. So if you know anyone that lives over there in Duboc, an area south of Duboc in Louisiana, it might be a good idea for you guys to get into a sturdy structure. Florence, Alabama. In Florence, like south side, like near Mobile. I could be completely wrong. Oh, no, wait. Florence is north side. Florence is north side, isn't it? Hold up, hold up, hold up. It's coming back to me. Florence is... Yeah, Florence is north side. Duh. Florence north side near Tuscumbia. You guys might get some severe weather here in the next couple of hours. I'm starting to get my geography. I'm starting to learn it. Slowly but surely. I'm starting to learn specific towns and cities. It'll take me a while. Oh. Yeah, Florence, Tuscumbia. Give it a few hours. Probably 2 to 3. Athens, yeah, it'll take a lot of time before storms get off near your area. I don't think you guys are in a tornado watch, though, so I think you should be fine. Yeah, Athens is not in the tornado watch, so I think you guys should be fine for right now. I'll continue to stay up for the next couple of hours, though, and we'll see what's happening. We'll see. We can go from there. So much for the recycle. These storms are kind of just sitting around. I'm gonna be honest with you. There's a storm near Laurel, north of Hattiesburg. That one could potentially be severe soon. But I'm not too concerned about that one, so that's good news with that. Storm that just went through Tuscaloosa. I know someone in the chat mentioned Tuscaloosa. That one doesn't look to be super significant, so you guys are good. It's probably just a strong storm, but not a severe storm. It's a chance of Pensacola getting a severe warning. I think there's a good chance overnight, but it won't be anytime soon. Probably be like 3 to 4-ish, my guess. I'm gonna look back on Twitter because I know you guys sent me some stuff on Twitter. I want to try and see if I can find, or if I can see some other stuff, some additional things. I appreciate all the follows on Twitter, by the way. I really do. So this was over, I'll pull this up here. This right here. This is from Peyton Garrison, WLBT. And this was sent in to her from Age Withers. This was earlier in Branch, Mississippi, of what looks to be a tornado. Looks to me like it is, at least. So that's interesting to see right there. What I'm going to do, I'm going to do this. We're going to go on to the next picture that I might have. We'll see. Time lapse, the tornado warning storm. All right, that's nothing really. I'm going to scroll down. You guys have sent me a lot of stuff, actually. A lot of stuff on Twitter, actually. My goodness. Holy. Guys have sent me the kitchen sink. Yeah, that's that. Right, that was the look that we had earlier that we saw. Saw that. Once again, thank you for all the follows on Twitter. I gotta look back to see if we did see the tornado on the live camera. Let's see what Becca found. Yeah, I saw that thing from Vince as well. Oh, that is from Ryan Kelly, and that does look to be. Oh yeah. Let's go full screen here. Show you all. This is from Ryan Kelly of the tornado near Pelahatchie in Mississippi earlier. And this does look to be one indeed right there in front of us. Yeah, there it is. There's the tornado. Oh, look at that. Here, let's see if we can, look at that. That is definitely a tornado. Oh, yes. Not yet, not yet, Gabby. Not yet. That is definitely a tornado. It's a heck of a tornado at that. So interesting. Very interesting to see there. Thanks, Becca. Appreciate you. Oh, that's a heck of a video there, too. Becca, you're finding all the things. Sheesh. This is from Gus NATO X. And this, from what it looks, all right, he'll zoom out here. This looks to be a view from the outside looking towards. My guess here is they're about, I'd say, 10 to 15 miles away. 10 to 15 miles away. And they're actually looking at the updraft, or the anvil of the storm. They're looking up into some portion of the storm. My guess is the updraft. My guess is the updraft, which would be the southwestern portion of the storm. That'd be where the mesocyclone is. And I mean, just look at all that lightning in there. I mean, just look at that. As I said, lightning can dictate intensity of storms. If you get more lightning within a storm, the more intense it actually is, the more robust the actual activity within the storm is. And that definitely looks... Oh, that's a heck of a lightning strike there, too. This definitely looks like a heck of a storm. That storm that was over near Canton still looks to be something that we should watch. As I said, don't be surprised if we see a tornado for eastern Madison, northern Scott, southern Leake County as well. Do not be surprised at all. Because I wouldn't. What was this? Oh, wow. This was on Facebook, but Vortex actually found it, and they put it on Twitter. So this is from Vortex WX, and this is a picture on Facebook from Cindy Vreeland. Or Vreeland. Probably Vreeland. And that was the tornado that was near Florence. Right there. And that's a tornado in itself. I mean, I think that's pretty obvious. I think that's very obvious, actually. Come. Okay, then. Yeah, NATO cast is the funny, I will say. Where's the thing that you sent me from Oregon? Did I miss it? I more than likely did. I probably did. Which kind of sucks. Alright, we'll pull that up. Let's see. How's Bolivar and Jackson, Tennessee? They're fine. At least for right now, they are. Yeah, Jackson and Bolivar, the line is already past you guys, so you guys should be good. Kossuth and Biggersville, maybe Southern Corinth. Might be something to watch out for, something that could be tornadic. There is some rotation here. You can see the reds are the winds moving away from the radar. Greens are the winds moving towards. Right in the middle is where there could potentially be some rotation. On the normalized rotation, it does say there is some moderate values of rotation here. This is some moderate rotation. So very interested to see as to what could happen with that storm. But just letting you guys know out ahead of time. Could be something there. Severe storm heading towards Ruston. If you are over in Ruston, Louisiana, or anywhere from Arcadia to Calhoun in Louisiana, along I-20, it's recommended that you guys get indoors, stay away from windows, bring your pets in, put your cars in a carport or some form of shelter if you can. That would probably be for the best. And then I'm going to go back over to the tornado warning down here, because this storm, as I said, it's kind of in a hot mess right now, but if it can get its act together here relatively soon, we could be talking about this thing producing a tornado here soon near Raleigh, which is what I said earlier. I said Raleigh could definitely make a run here soon. We could be talking about Raleigh, Highway 18, Highway 540, and Highway 35. We do have some values of rotation here. Consolidated rotation. There's one right here and one right here, to where we could be talking about the potential for something tornadic. And honestly, if we do see something of what I could think we see, which could be 2 different areas of rotation. This could be slung out, and we could potentially see maybe a strong tornado as a high-end threat. Yeah, you're right, Sean. This is a tweet from Sean Paul in chat, who is wicked smart. Of course, we already knew this if you've been on the channel for quite some time. That's a tornado on the ground, by the way. That is 100% a tornado on the ground. That is a tornado on the ground 100%. So actually, well, Sean, I'll have to postpone that in a bit, showing you what you were saying. That is a tornado on the ground, 100%. That is, I've never been as confident in a tornado as I have within the recent few months as I am right now. That is a tornado in progress right now, due east of Gun. Big spectrum width drop right within there. Yeah, that tells me all I need to know. That is a tornado. This might be occluding. This might be moving north, and it is moving north. It is occluding, so it's not going to be slung down. We're not going to see that strong tornado here. That's the good news. This seems to be a meso handoff, but this also means that Burns, you need to get in your safe space if you haven't already. This thing is making a beeline for you if this thing continues to sustain. So this is a tornado in progress right now. Tornado in progress heading towards Burns, Mississippi. This is in northern Smith County of Mississippi. This is south of I-20, south of Forest. This is well southeast of Jackson. So this is the central portions of the state. Jackson is the largest city in Mississippi. And, that's kind of the reason why I mentioned that Jackson, contrast to where the tornado warning is. It's southeast of Jackson. It's in the central portion of the state. And this will be heading towards Burns. This is heading to the north. And if you live in Burns, Mississippi, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. We're going to need a new scan here in a second. There it is. Spotter confirmed by Adam Gambrel. On Johnson Lane in Raleigh, Mississippi, north of the city limits, tornado to my northeast position. Northeast? Would it be northwest? It would be northwest. Or at least I would assume so. But the spotter just confirmed the tornado. As I said, I had not been as confident in a tornado occurring than what I just saw. I was very I was convinced. I was convinced that there was indeed a tornado within that area. And that does seem to be the case, and that might be hard to say. That looks to be... No, it doesn't look like a debris signature. It's hard to say. It is really hard to say. It doesn't look like a debris signature, but that definitely is a tornado. Because, number one, we've had the spotter that reported it. And it's still there. And that right there is an intensifying secondary storm. So maybe we will get our significant tornado after all near Raleigh. If you are in Raleigh, Mississippi, you should be in your safe space already. All right. Burns, the tornado that is moving north to you all is weakening. That is the good news. We can go back in time. You can see that this is where the normalized rotation was. We had moderate rotation in the green, As soon as it went north, you can see it went down to blue, which is weak rotation. So the tornado is dying, but it is a tornado. It is a tornado heading off towards your general vicinity. I think that is a debris signature. I think that was something that was kicked up. So I'll just call it as it is there. But there is, once again, a new area of rotation. A new area of rotation that is forming on the west side of Raleigh here in Mississippi. This is a storm that is approaching central Smith County here in Mississippi. If you know anyone that lives in Smith County, Mississippi, near Raleigh, near the intersection of 18, 540, 35, you need to get into your safe space now. You have no time to do anything else. If you want to try and drive away from it, it's too late if you're in Raleigh. You need to get into a sturdy structure. You need to get in the lowest, innermost part of it. Lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet if you have one. All right? That is what we're dealing with right now. We've got what is more than likely going to be a tornado that is going to try and drop here somewhere near Raleigh, and then eventually further down southeast towards the Silverena areas. The Silverena areas. So, Raleigh and Silverena here in Smith County, Mississippi, need to get in your safe space. If you guys could, please do me a favor. Help me spread this information with as many people as possible, because we've gotten other streams on this channel to thousands of different, thousands of people across the board here on YouTube. Please help us spread the information. You can do so by either copying the link to the live stream and sending a text message to your friends or family, or send it on social media, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, stuff like that. If people don't have cable, if people don't have service, they're going to go to social media for their information. And that's where we are. We are on social media. We are here on YouTube. We are trying to help spread the information to try and make sure that people are aware of these things. On the other hand, if you would like to help us spread this out to more and more people on YouTube, it's as simple as hitting that thumbs up button down below and even subscribing. You can unsubscribe afterwards, all right? If you're that worried about all that stuff, or if you just don't like my content for whatever reason, please hit it regardless and then unhit it afterwards. That is what helps us get this out to more and more people who may need it. So please be sure to do so if you haven't already. The closer we get to 1,000 likes, the more we are actually able, or to, the more we are actually allowed to get this out to more and more people. That's how YouTube's algorithm works. The higher the like count goes, the more we're able to spread it. So we're going to want to constantly be able to spread this out with more and more people. And that might be... No, it is not. That is not a debris signature. That is a new scan. The velocities have died, which is the good news. That is very good news, actually. Wow. Because it was looking very intense for a good second. For what could be a storm that is trying to intensify. But it looks like it has just potentially suffered a slight breakdown. Might see a new tornado, however, though, from it. A smaller one that would go to the northwestern side and ride along 35 up. Because I think that might be what it's doing. It might be following its counterpart from earlier, the earlier tornado, and it might be trying to occlude. I think it actually is occluding.
Yeah, that'd be a classic occlusion, 100%.
Yeah, that is what I am thinking. I think we might be seeing a secondary tornado that is also occluding, which is detaching itself from the mesocyclone, and it is moving in the opposite, or not really the opposite, I should say, in a different direction of where the storm would be moving. And in this case, that would be an occlusion. So I do think this thing is occluding. It is riding up Highway 35, State Highway 35 in Mississippi. If there is a tornado in the progress, it would be somewhere along there or just to the west of it. So if you're anywhere near North Central Smith County or Central Smith County, you need to get in your safe space right now. All right? That is what is required for you guys to be able to stay safe from these storms. That storm that's in southern Leake and northern Scott County continues to just not do stuff. It did and then it didn't. And it's having a difficult time making up its mind. So we're going to continue to watch out for this storm. It's near Lena, it's near Ludlow, it's near Tuscola and Walnut Grove, as well as Standing Pine. Madden, Sebastopol, as well as Harperville, Hillsboro, and Forkville. But this thing just keeps having difficulties.
Seems like with more meager instability, it's struggling to hold structure. Slightly more meager instability. Tornado warning continues.
We're looking at the tornado near Raleigh. We're not in the basement, really. A lot of storm chasers, or at least especially when I'm streaming, they usually yell at people to get inside because everyone's just outside and trying to see where it is. I mean, let's be honest here. That's pretty stupid. All right.
What we do, and it is very stupid.
Yeah. I mean, you're going outside to look for something that is one more than likely rain wrapped to begin with, so you wouldn't be able to see it through its rain. Although lately it's not been rain wrapped, not these storms, but there has been some. And it's dark, very dark. You're relying on that one in every, I don't know, few hundred lightning strikes for it to illuminate the sky and for you to be able to see what? You may not be able to see it until it's right on top of you. And that, to me, is pretty stupid. So, it is not recommended for you, if you are in a tornado warning, it is not recommended for you to be outside staring up at the sky. It's just not the move. Yeah, Brandon seems to be good for right now, Holly. It does seem as if a lot of the stuff has just moved on by, so that's good. You guys should be good for right now. I'm not sure.
Tell you what.
I think there might be other storms that are coming late tonight, right?
I don't think so.
I thought there was this stationary boundary that's just sitting over this area.
I don't think that's gonna have too much. There's gonna be a whole lot more to come. This Raleigh storm's really gonna be struggling. Its low and mid-level cyclones are not connected, and there is really not much beyond the mid-levels. There's barely anything in the mid-levels to begin with.
Yeah, I think now would be a great time.
You're probably going to get brief spin-ups or nothing at all at this point with this, if I had to predict.
I think now would be a great time for us to talk about Sean Paul's tweet here, because he fortunately tagged Poncho, because he fortunately tagged us. So this is what we're dealing with here tonight. This is a 2Z wrap, 2Z run wrap profile for 4Z 50 minutes from now from when he posted. So that would be about 23 minutes from now. It says there is a slight stable layer involved, but if cells can punch through it, very strong tornadoes are possible given extreme kinematics. What he is talking about is he's talking about this area right here. This right here is the stable layer. Some inversion that is evident within this. Granted, lower level lapse rates are kind of atrocious because of it. If you can get rising up drafts to kind of just punch and be able to sustain with it, which honestly, you might be able to because of the dry air aloft. You might get some entrainment that can just surge down. But other than that, yeah, we've got looping hodographs with some streamwise vorticity. Really interesting to see what can happen here with these storms, and we're going to just have to continue to watch it. But appreciate it, Sean. Appreciate that. Pink is torque confirmed twice. That's a good point. Hmm.
Yeah, I meant to tell you that. I looked up at the top one of the other days that I was streaming. I said, Nate's maybe not the brightest of the bunch.
That was probably the wrong file that I gave you.
Unlikely. Because I know exactly what you're talking about.
It was the wrong file that I gave you because the pink one is PDS Tornado, this other file that I have, so I just need to delete that one. But that's fine.
He ain't the sharpest tool in the shed.
Well, you're not the one that's doing
I'm not
anything
much
about
better.
it.
And then again, this isn't my template, so I'm not going to mess with something that ain't mine.
Mm.
Because I'm bound to screw something up if I tried it.
I was gonna say, you can have your own template if you want to. I think originality is great.
Yeah, well, conformity, same channel.
Yeah.
There's different channels, and maybe it would make sense. But
Well, I am gonna try and make a red mode version of this if there's any high risks and stuff like that. So
you can just run the you can just run the local on the 8's theme that they used for the hurricanes.
is that copyrighted?
I mean, probably, but
Probably.
you might as well give it a run.
I might. Here, I'll. This is what I used to do way back when. This was my old red mode test. I'm gonna make a new one, and then we'll talk about this new storm that might actually try to produce a tornado here in the east side of Raleigh. This is the old one, and this is what I was gonna try and fix. Now, this is old layout, like very, very old. We're talking 3 years old. This stuff right here. But the red looks pretty cool. I like the red. I like it, you know, moving and stuff like that. So it's pretty nice. But that was an old template. Very old. Old concept, too. So we'll see. And by the way, that blue on the bottom is probably going to turn red as well. Everything, if everything's going to be red, for the most part, it's going to be red. So. Yeah, it looks like this storm over here to the east of Raleigh seems to be it's trying to spin up again. And it might be following the same exact thing that its counterparts, tornado number 1 and 2, had pretty shortly. We might be talking about a storm that can move off towards the north and east, try to produce a tornado, which it looks like that's what is going to happen. It looks like this thing is going to try and produce a tornado and either move east-northeast or move northeast. But the point of it is right now is if you're on Highway 18, you're not in the immediate threat of this particular storm, which is on the northeast side of Raleigh. So, Raleigh, as of right now, I think you guys are good. I think you guys might be spared from these tornadic storms. By the way, you guys have been absolutely stellar. And the reason why I say that is because you guys are smashing the like button to help spread the information. I mean, there's just so much support that you guys are providing for us, and it's absolutely insane. And I really do appreciate you guys helping us spread the information with as many people as possible. So, if you would like to help us spread this, once again, if you'd like to help us spread this with thousands of people on the internet, so that way people may know what's going on, hit that like button down below if you haven't already, and you can even subscribe. Which, by the way, we've just gotten over 39,600 likes. We're 400 away from 40,000.
39,600 likes.
39,000, or not likes, 39,600 subscribers. There you go. Good enough.
This is why you subscribe to the YouTube channel.
Yeah, well, this is why I have you around. You can always correct me. Freaking.
Hey, Nate's usually the brains about the weather, and then I'm there to correct him when he forgets how to speak words.
The New Jersey education's got to be good for something.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, point being is, we're getting up. We're moving up. We're going up in places. Believe it or not, by the way, we only have 4 warnings, 3 of which are severe and 1 of which is a tornado. So, it's kind of interesting to see. What is also really interesting to see, and this is very interesting, actually. I think we might have 2 supercells in the same general area. We have the tornado warning, obviously, right here that's over Raleigh. I think there is a second one that is right behind it. I'm actually pretty sure we have a second one that is right behind it. I'm actually pretty confident. Actually, very confident. The only interesting thing now, though, is how does this interact with each other? Because I'm pretty sure the storms that are out in front, they've altered the atmosphere somehow. I'm pretty sure. The storm behind it, the supercell behind it, has rotation with it. It does. It's right here, to be specific. It's northeast of Puckett. So, and it just updated. It's just moved off to the east of Puckett. So, how will this storm right here be impacted by this mess? I am very interested to see. But I really do believe the atmosphere has been altered in some way because of this first storm. They're relatively common in general, Megan, but moving in the same direction one after another, usually it doesn't happen a whole lot. Usually. Do I think it'll hit San Antonio? No. San Antonio, they're fine. This storm near Lena and Walnut Grove continues to be the most undecisive storm of the day.
Is anything in... I mean...
It's...
Realistically speaking, Walnut Grove.
Yes.
Okay. 3,400 mixed layer cape. 140. It doesn't have enough helicity. And its ZDR arc is really just not.
It has enough helicity. 141 will do it.
Barely.
No.
Not as good as 300.
Yo, Morgan, I'm not sure if you realize, okay, stream-wise vorticity will get it done if it's 100 or above. It's done it before, it's happened before. Even in Dixie. There's...
I mean...
It's gotta be the inversion. It's gotta be the inversion. Because usually when you lack a ZDR arc like that, that's your updraft. Your updraft's not pumping out as much as it should.
Yeah, I doubt this will produce at this rate. It's the mid-level mesocyclone is undecisive as all get out.
That's why I'm saying this storm is stupid. This storm is totally helping us.
I think the only storm that has imminent tornadic threat is the one in Bay Springs right now.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say.
So, Nate, for all things good, please tell me you don't plan on streaming until 2 in the morning.
I might.
Okay, you're losing me at like 1 latest, because I have school tomorrow. Please make fun of me in chat right now. I hate it here.
Nino with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. How's Crossville, Tennessee look? That's a good question. I'll have to pull that up here. See what Crossville is all about. What were you umming about, Morgan? My radar still refuses to be cooperative. Yeah, it did occlude. It did occlude as I thought it would. Crossville is on 20. Oh yeah, you're fine. You're on the opposite side of the state. You may not. Yeah, you're not even in the risk tonight. You're good. Mesoscale discussion, if you didn't read it already. It says severe threat will likely continue over the next few hours. Tornadoes, wind damage, and isolated large hail will be possible. RAP moves a low-level jet across eastern Mississippi and strengthens the jet near 40 knots. This will maintain strong low-level shear, helping to continue the tornado threat across eastern Mississippi. The threat should gradually move eastward into western Alabama over the next couple of hours. In addition, supercells will potentially be capable of producing large hail and wind damage. That's from my man Broyles. Love you, Broyles. Love you. I like Broyles. Broyles is cool. It's fine, John. It's not that big of a deal, all right? The best way you can support the channel is by hitting the thumbs up button down below and spreading the information. Which, by the way, we do live severe weather coverage for areas outside of the US too. We can do it for Canada as long as we have, you know, good lead time. If people tell us out ahead of time that there could potentially be stuff over there. And then Germany. Yes, we have done live streams for Germany before.
I had to take out the bottom bar slide. So, folks, I've been streaming on my setup the last few days.
Yeah.
And I had to take out the bottom bar slide that was in German because we were trying to figure out which slides to put on the bottom so that we didn't put in too much and also didn't put anything misleading. So we were saying it's because we have to do image slideshows for the bottom bar. So we were saying slides 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 14. And then I looked and yes, it was.
Four needs to get out.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. So, and then we looked back and I said to Nate, hey, 4 is in German. I don't think that's useful.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
So then we decided to off that. Yeah, been a interesting few days.
Yep, you're telling me. The Stormful one. Oh, so it's basically something similar to what Sean sent. That just Fujiwara'd into whatever mess that was. Yeah, this storm is the this thing is ugly. It's an ugly storm, but it's in a good way. This storm is not doing anything, so that's good. I really want to go back in time in the stream because I'm pretty sure we saw the tornado live.
They're gonna Fujiwara into themselves. What is this doing?
That's what I thought. These rotations are just spinning around each other here at this point. But I really want to go back.
No.
I want to go back in time.
I mean, feel free, but I still just think you should have taken the radar imagery that you had at that moment. Whatever.
Listen, Morgan. This is the one thing that I think you refuse to understand. People don't care about radar. They want to see the actual thing, or else they're going to think it's a bucket of spilled paint. And until that bucket of spilled paint is proved otherwise, they aren't going to listen.
I have not had somebody that mindless in chat in the last 2 days, so I don't know what you've dealt with over the years.
You don't need people to speak in the chat for them to not be able to believe. That's the thing. You need to make sure that your argument is compelling, and people cannot refute the actual thing.
I've got a cute face and a deep voice. Is that good enough?
No. No.
Damn.
That might be a tornado that's on the ground north of Silverena. Yeah, it did Fujiwara into each other, and now it enhanced the vorticity.
Yes, it did.
It enhanced the vorticity. This storm is stupid. Fortunately, as of right now, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of people that live near it. But if you're north of Silverena in the northeastern portions of Scott County, it might be a good idea for you to get into your safe space. It just might. Yeah, there's not really a whole lot of people that live in these areas. Pineville, Clear Springs, Sandpoint. If you live in those areas, you might want to get in your safe space. Alright, I'm going to see if I can find that video. Because I'm, like, pretty sure. I really do believe
That made me spit take. Congratulations. You're welcome.
I'm gonna put this on the side screen here, and I'll watch it on the side. Strike. You can see the base right within there. Interesting. Pause that for right now. Look at the storm. No debris signature quite yet. Not a whole lot of turbulence, believe it or not, but I think that might be because the radar is not really able to pick it up in this instance. There's just a lot of convergence that makes things a lot more difficult for radar in general. So, what state are these storms in? This is in Mississippi. Central Mississippi, specifically. This is southeast of Jackson. That very well could be a funnel. I think that was. Oh, that was a funnel. All right, so we did get the tornado. We saw it. Of course, I missed it when I was looking on the side screen. What an idiot, Nate. What an idiot. But once again, M.Dot traffic cameras for the win. I'll tell you what. The most superior thing that you will have if you are trying to find tornadoes. Because Mississippi Dot will not fail you. That is what I have come to realize over my tenure on YouTube. Is Kentucky gonna get weather tonight? Not really. Kentucky should be fine.
New tornado warning. It's an extension.
Yeah, that's not surprising. Should be the northeastern Scott then, or northeastern Smith into Scott.
Tornado
Central Jasper.
warning for northwestern Jasper
No,
County
not
in
Scott
east central Mississippi, northeastern Smith County in central Mississippi.
So they only did it up to the border. Interesting. This thing is still going. Yeah, we might actually be seeing 2 tornadoes. Might be a good shot that we could be seeing 2 tornadoes right now at this time. There is a pretty good chance that we could be seeing 2 tornadoes at this time. And the reason why I say that is because we have our blues and reds right here. All right, so green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away, right? Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. So there's the second area of rotation right here. And I think we might be getting 2 areas of rotation that could be tornadoes because of it. Oh, this is going to be slung out to the south. This is going to go east. This is going to go north if this occludes. If not, this thing's going to merge. If these 2 merge together, we could be talking about a strong tornado here soon. If the other one, if the northern one occludes to the north, if this thing moves to the north and leaves this one alone, then it will be unlikely that it will be a strong tornado, and it'll just be a regular tornado. But that's the situation that we have right now. So this is northeast of Raleigh, northwest of Bay Springs. This is well to the south of Forest, well to the south of Newton, well to the south of I-20. And this is a tornado warning for Smith and Jasper County here in Mississippi. That will be in effect until midnight tonight. So you need to get into your safe space if you have not already. This is going to be a really interesting supercell. Could potentially be talking about a strong tornado here soon if these 2 areas of rotation, maybe even tornadoes, merge. So Montrose and Lewin. If you are in Montrose and Lewin here in Mississippi, you need to get into a sturdy structure right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building is recommended. Yeah, that cell in Walnut Grove is just not, it ain't happening. It ain't happening. It's not going to happen. We are waiting patiently for a new scan here in velocities. We'll probably get it here soon. We will probably get it here soon. There's the rain. That's a debris signature. That's a tornado on the ground. That is indeed a tornado on the ground, in progress. Debris signature right here from correlation coefficient. So this is a tornado that is slinging up debris as of this moment, and it is currently doing damage, and it looks like it merged. It looks like it merged. This is exactly what I was weary about. The first time the storm did this, the one cell just occluded, and it ended up not producing a significant tornado. This one did merge. And this one, more than likely, is producing a strong tornado as of this time. So this is a tornado in progress. If you know anyone that lives near Lewin and Montrose, they need to get into their safe space right now. Underground, or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornado as possible. If you also know anyone who lives in Montrose and Lewin here in Mississippi, they need to also get into their safe space, but we need to let them know that. So either call them up right now, be able to tell them what's going on. If they don't believe you, you can share the stream with them. Send a text message with this link to the stream. I'll be able to tell them what's going on. If you know anyone that lives within these areas and they're awake, share the stream as well. All right, we want to be able to try and spread this information with as many people as possible, and that's a good way of doing so. Another good way of helping me spread this information to thousands of people is by hitting that thumbs up button down below and even subscribing. You can unsubscribe after if you really do not want to, be a part of the channel and just watch the stuff. If you just want to help spread the information, and that's it. That's a good way of doing so right there, and you can undo it all after the stream. So please be sure to do so if you haven't already, because this is a serious situation. This does look like we're probably going to be talking about, well, we're not probably, we are talking about what is going to be a strong tornado. How long? That's a separate question. How long is this thing going to be on the ground for is a separate question, but we just don't know, and because of that, we have to assume that this thing is going to be on the ground for quite some time. That's just the reality of it. Because anytime we think, oh, well, the storm is going to try and weaken, all right, and, when we think it's going to try and weaken and whatnot, we don't know if the storm's going to rebound. There's been multiple instances to where storms have recycled and have produced tornadoes within 10 minutes of each other. So it's had that 10-minute lull period, and then it ended up producing a new one. And because of that, we cannot rule out the threat for this thing to continue to sustain. So we need to go ahead and heed the National Weather Service's warning, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. On the other hand, if you are trying to find this tornado, you won't be able to. Because not only is it dark, it is also rain-wrapped. It is completely rain-wrapped. So if you are standing outside and you are looking at the storm, trying to figure out where the tornado is, you will not see it until it's literally on top of you. And that's not a bet that I'm willing to take. So please, 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 if you haven't already, if you live in Montrose and Lewin, you need to get into your safe space right now. We're also almost up to 900 likes. The closer we get to 1,000, the more we're able to actually spread this information with more and more people. But we're getting there. We're getting there to that point to where we're spreading the information more and more. And once again, that's because of you all. You all are helping us spread the information. We really do appreciate it. Keep going, keep spreading it, keep continuing to try and hit that thumbs up button down below. As I said, the more we are able to continue to spread this with more and more people, the more we can potentially impact people's lives. That's what we want to do here. This is very, very rain-wrapped. Very rain-wrapped. You can see, here's the core of the main storm here, the rain wrapping around into the core of this back storm right here near Raleigh. This is going to be very interesting as well, because I think this rear storm here near Raleigh is accelerating, and this one might Fujiwara around the other one. So we could be talking about the potential for another significant tornado in the heart of Jasper County over the next 30 to 45 minutes. That might also be something to watch out for if these two supercells merge, which I think could very well happen. I think these storms could potentially merge, and we could potentially be talking about something tornadic. So that's also going to be something that we're going to want to watch out for as well. But yeah, this is definitely something that we're going to want to watch out for in the near term for Montrose and Lewin. And then for Jasper County in general, Bay Springs, Pauling, I really do believe that if these storms do merge, we could be talking about a tornado somewhere in Jasper County here. We could be talking about as far south as Stringer. We could be talking as far north as Roberts. So somewhere in Jasper County, we could be talking about something new well after this storm. If you're just tuning in here right now, we have a tornado warning here, which had debris. So it showed signs of there being a tornado with this storm here just a moment ago. If you live anywhere here in northern Jasper County, as well as central Jasper County here in Mississippi, you are going to want to seek a sturdy structure immediately. Seek a sturdy structure, get into the lowest innermost part of your building if you haven't already, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. All right, realistically speaking, we do have a storm that has the potential of producing a tornado. Right here it is. This is your velocity signature. You can see greens are the winds moving towards the radar. Reds are the winds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And it is still pretty broad, but it is there. It is evident that we still have something tornadic possible just to the west of Montrose. And it is moving in the general direction of Montrose. All right, Montrose and Lewin, you guys are in immediate danger for the potential of what could be a tornado or another tornado if this first one had lifted, and it looks like it did lift. But you guys could be in immediate danger for the potential of a tornado to enter into your area. So you need to get in your safe space if you haven't already. Underground, if you know of a tornado shelter, if you have a basement, get to it. Otherwise, lowest, innermost part of your building. A bathroom or a closet will do. If you have pillows, if you have helmets, if you have pots and pans, please be sure to get that as well. You'll be able to stay safe with that as well. And if you have any other protective gear that can put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors as possible, get it. You'll be able to wear it. You'll be able to at least try to protect yourself. If the tornado does, on the off chance form, and hit you, you'll be able to stay safe. Trying to look through here. It's unfortunate that we don't have any cameras up here. The western, or I should say eastern side of Mississippi lacks a lot of cameras. It's usually central Mississippi, southeastern Mississippi, northeastern, northern. Those usually have a lot of the cameras. There's also a couple of cameras in Alabama as well, but obviously there isn't really a whole lot of severe weather over there at this time. So, what have you missed? Depends. Is this your first time here in the stream, Ethan? And if it is, then we've had quite a few tornadoes, including one that we caught on camera over to the southeast of Jackson and even east of Jackson, Mississippi. So we've had a few tornadoes. This is the only tornado warning as of right now, which is the good news. But the bad news is there's a good reason as to why there is a tornado warning on this storm. Once again, this thing does have some signals that I am seeing that this thing could continue to be tornadic, continue to try and produce another tornado, because this storm has had a history of producing tornadoes. Even if it didn't just produce a tornado over the past 5-10 minutes, it has produced tornadoes at some point. Multiple. So, the fact that this storm has had a history of doing so means that this thing could very well try to do it again, given the right environment. So, pots and pans, yeah, if you put a pan or a pot on top of your head, you'll be able to protect your head, protect your noggin. Because most of the fatalities from tornadoes are head injuries, believe it or not. So we want to protect your head. We want to protect your head. We're going to get a new velocity scan here to see what's going on. Thank goodness the velocity seems to be dying. That is the good news. Yeah, I think these storms are starting to merge with each other. I think the other storm either A might be dying or B officially merging into one giant supercell. And this new storm might be heading off into central Jasper, extreme eastern Smith County, near the Silverena areas and the Bay Springs areas. So this one's going to be something that we're going to have to watch out for very closely. Would you be safe from a tornado in your freezer?
I mean, might be a little cold. But I think actually she would be. I've never got that question before.
Is that in
awesome.
the innermost part of your building? Because if it's like next to a window, then no. When I think of that question, I think of Indiana Jones. You know, in the nuke town, he hides in the fridge. Yes, walk-in freezers are great shelters in restaurants.
And Nathan Snyder, I present to you Occlusion City. It is moving into the forward flank downdraft.
Yeah, it did occlude. That thing booked north. Man, that storm is sad.
It's weird.
Ask whether that severe weather, or what's the probabilities of severe weather could pick up between November and December. So that's what happened, like on the 4th, throughout November and December. Well, usually, more significant weather, the chances of it is higher during the winter than it is during the summer. That's just realistic. Even with the average tornadoes being lower in winter, although not as of recent. The average amount of tornadoes in winter is lower than it is in summer. But the average amount of significant tornadoes is higher in the winter than it is in the summer. So realistically speaking, first off, I'm as anti-long range forecast as you can get, because
Yes, he is, because he doesn't believe anything.
It's stupid. It really is stupid to me, because no one's ever correct, and when they are correct, it's out of pure luck because they can't replicate it again. Like, it's just it's really stupid, and I really do have the feeling that we will never be able to actually predict long range stuff until we can actually get consistency from our models, even 3 days out. Like, we're talking about 4 to 5 months ahead of time, and we can't even get 4 days out correct. So until we can get that, I cannot stand by people who try to forecast long range, especially every single time. All right, you can ask Morgan, and he will agree. Okay, every single time my friends mention to me or mention to anyone about how the GFS or the Euro says something, if they say something about something a week out, I'm literally saying I'm waiting for cams. I'm not buying anything. I'm not buying specifics, because it never happens. It never works out. It never does. Do I not, Morgan? Do I not say this every single time? Morgan might be dead.
I mean, Here's the thing. You gotta look at signals. I think people get lost in specifics when they try to long range forecast,
I
which
agree
is
with
just
that.
bad and stupid.
I agree with that.
But you need to use it for signals. Long range is for the broader scheme and not micro scale things.
And I agree with that.
That's what I sit with.
Well, but it definitely did not seem like that a week ago.
Well, when it looked like this is May 3rd all over again, I mean,
Yeah. Consider. All right. That's all I gotta say. I agree. You use it for signals. There is a realm of possibilities for something happening. Okay. But other than that, it is stupid. It is very stupid. This is even more of a hot take, all right? Listen, I love people who try to forecast hurricanes and stuff like that. That's stupid too. You want to know why? All right? Long range forecast, I mean, by the way. Not short term. Because short term, we are getting so much better at that. It's night and day from last season and how we picked up on Ian, right? And even the year before with Ida, all right? It is absolutely night and day with what we can do with the information that we have to create really good forecasts. It is absolutely night and day. Long range forecasts, the stuff the National Hurricane Center does in the beginning of the season, or the Weather Channel for how many hurricanes, how many major hurricanes we're going to have, that's stupid too. Because realistically speaking, no one's ever right. And when you have to put a ballpark number of between this many hurricanes and this many hurricanes, you're like, so let me get this straight. I can either have not as many hurricanes or a lot of hurricanes. That's like saying, oh, well, I've won the lottery, but I can either get 1 cent or $1. Like somewhere in the middle of that. I can either get as low as 1 cent or as much as $1 if I win. Like, sure, you play for the thrill, right? But it's such a wide gap to where you're like, what am I even going to get? It's the same exact thing with hurricane forecasts. It's just like, it's stupid. It is very stupid. So, that's just me. I hate long-range forecasting. I can try to do it. I can try and give you ideas as to when the storms are going to try and move on through. Don't look for me for specifics because I do not believe in it. I am as anti-climatology as you can get, at least for, long range. Short range and stuff like that, or even looking at past and comparing it to the present, fine. I'm okay with that. If you're going to try and tell me that you know something more than everyone else for December, good luck. That's how I feel. Not really tornado clips. The only reason why I say that is because the year of 2020, the National Hurricane Center, I'm pretty sure, said it was going to be an average year for hurricanes, and it ended up becoming the most historic hurricane event ever. The hurricane year season ever. And the same was for the year after. Said, all right, well, it's going to be above average. No, it was also one of the most historic hurricane seasons ever. Like, you can't get both.
You cannot get both. No, I have not, Caleb. I actually have not watched a whole lot. All right, this might be a sin, okay? But I'm going to be honest. I don't really watch a whole lot of Convective Chronicles. I just don't really find the time to.
Well, that's your own damn fault.
It is my own fault. But I don't really watch them a whole lot.
Extremely random, but look at the ZDR arc that is formed on the tornado warning.
Yeah, the recycle. I do indeed.
I mean, it looks linear and it looks like an upside down V, almost a W shape, but you know, cool stuff.
For real, Basil. I'm pretty sure Canada. And also, here's the other thing for Canada. I really wish they had, like, good quality radars. And I wish I could be able to have them on GR2. I know you can buy the data somehow, but it's still like, bleh. Oh no, I know who Convective Chronicles is. I know who they are, and I've seen their videos before. Alright, I watch it every now and then. But realistically speaking, I'm gonna be honest with you, I could care less about the past. That's why when he breaks down all the other tornadoes in the past, I just don't really care. Especially since a lot of the stuff, a lot of the events I've heard before, or heard him talk about before, and a lot of the stuff is just a repeat. So, once I keep hearing the same thing over and over and over again, I'm just like, yeah, okay, I'm done. So,
I think you gotta have a bit more of an open mind, truthfully.
listen, I've been told that I need an open mind. But the fact of the matter is open minds have not gotten me anywhere. Alright? I need straight to the point, clear cut facts.
It's not how weather works. So I'm sorry to let you know, but that's not how weather works.
Well,
There's a reason storm surveys don't happen overnight.
well, once again, don't care about all that stuff. We already knew storm surveys were different, which is the reason why I don't care. Like, they're stupid. They are actually stupid to that extent. But
Yeah, they make a good point. He does a lot of forecasting now as well, Convective Chronicles. It's not just analyzing the past and correlating it to the present.
well, and there's also the other thing with that. Listen. I support other people forecasting 100%. I do. I really do. I really do. But I'm going to be honest. I have my own way of forecasting. And other people's opinions are valid. All right, and I do take them into consideration. But I'm not going to seek out other people's opinions realistically, unless if it is offered. That's just me. That's just me. All right. I've been working with a system that's been working for all sorts of time. It might sound a lot, all the arrogance in the world. All the arrogance in the world. And I agree with you. But I think that's just more of a testament to how confident I am in my own forecasting skills. There's nothing wrong with confidence unless if it's too much pride. And I'm not going to pride myself in my forecasting because that's not what I do. I'm more on the live stuff. All right. But I like doing my own thing. And I'm not going to seek out other people's... Like, I'm not going to go to Ryan Hall, y'all's, video to watch what his take on it. Although he doesn't really give takes. He just tells people that stuff is just going to happen. I'm not going to go on to, Direct Weather or Weatherman Plus, or I'm not going to go on the Weather Channel and look at other people's forecasts when I can do it myself. you know, I keep hearing the same thing
I think
over.
you can only. I think you can only say that you are free to do that when you feel like you've learned a thorough amount.
Yeah.
So.
And by the
Just-
way, this
Nate
is,
may be saying this and that, folks, but don't feel bad about reinforcing your knowledge to other sources.
oh, 100%. And that's what I used to do. When I wanted to learn as much things as I possibly could, when I wanted to learn and I wanted to get better, I wanted to hone my craft, you know, I watched other people. There's only one person, all right? There's only one person that I can reliably say that I will go out of my way to watch on YouTube for weather forecasts. And that's Tropical Tidbits. Levi is a god. He posted a video today, by the way. So if you haven't seen Tropical Tidbits' video on Invest92L, you should. You should. Because it 100% great points. And I'm not going to spoil it for anyone because it's not fair to him. All right? He's making his own content as well. But there's a reason why my man is working for a governmental agency for forecasting hurricanes and typhoons. There is a good reason. Dr. Levi Cowan, absolutely amazing. Love him. And as soon as I saw that he posted a video today, I took time out of my life. I stopped what I did and I watched it. Because that's the only guy that I realistically will go out of my way to watch.
Hell, I remember when you were out here for my girlfriend's birthday, we were literally watching Levi's video as we were eating dinner. I remember that.
He's just so good. He's so good. He is so good. And believe it or not, he's a little bit of the inspiration as to how I provide my tropical forecast, which, by the way, I'm going to have a video coming out here in a bit. Yes, Tropical Tidbits makes videos. I have an entire playlist that I made for the stuff they did with Dorian, which, by the way, it still gives me goosebumps every single time when I watch over that playlist to try and hone in on my tropical knowledge. Because, yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean, Caleb, by the way, with the possible tornado on the ground near Bay Springs. Only issue with that is hecka amounts of contamination, and if I go up in tilt, it definitely is not aligned. So, not quite yet. Not quite yet. But it will get there. And I did mention that Jasper County could potentially see a new tornado. So, I did say that. I did say that. But, yeah. Yes, Hedge, there's been reports of damage over near Florence. Wait, no, not Florence. Yeah, Florence. Florence, Mississippi. So. But yeah, I love Tropical Tidbits on YouTube. I love him so much. It's just, he's so good. He's so good at what he does. And I'm so happy that he posts videos regardless, because he's not actually in it for the YouTube. Like, you can't tell, like, you can tell that he is not fazed about all the noise on YouTube with all the clickbait and all the people who act like the Logan Pauls of the weather community. All right? And he's not concerned about that, because realistically speaking, he knows that they don't know what they're talking about. He knows what he's talking about. And he posts and records like he knows what he's talking about. That swagger, the way he presents everything, the fact that he has everything that he needs to be able to be, I don't want to say a source, because he wants everyone to go to the National Hurricane Center to see the true sources. I'll call him a commentator. He has everything he needs to be a top-tier commentator and translator for tropical weather. So, yeah. and I hate to say it too. I'm gonna call out specific names actually. Ever since a certain someone came in, it's been the rise of that because everyone now knows that that's the only way people can climb. So, thanks, Ryan. Thank you. I understand that's how people make a living. I get it. I just don't agree with it because I'm not gonna be the one to try and, you know, capitalize on people's fear and or well, not really fear, but anyways.
Oh, that's a huge debris signature. Huge debris signature.
There you go. Well, I did say there was going to be a SIG tour in Jasper County. I did say this. Unfortunately, I did not.
SIG, but
Yes. Yes. Chat,
I just heard tornado.
Chat, did I not say there was going to be a significant tornado somewhere in Jasper?
I don't know. Doesn't matter. If you're in Paulding, if you're north of Bay Springs on 18, you need to be in your safe space now. Underground or low sternmost part of your building. Blasting east on 18.
This is a significant tornado. Delta velocity of this one specifically 83 on top of 68. So we're talking a pretty significant tornado. That's 131 knots, right? And
Right.
that's around 150 mile per hour delta velocity, which is
PDS. Particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning has been issued for the remaining area of Jasper County in this tornado warning. In 11:34, confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Lewin or near Bay Springs, moving east at 25 miles an hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation, as ordered by the National Weather Service in Jackson, Mississippi. Turnerville being impacted at 11:40, Paulding being impacted around 12:05 a.m. Central Daylight Time. This is what we've been looking at for the past 90, 120 seconds. Folks in Paulding, east of Lewin, need to be in your safe spaces now, underground or low sternmost part of your building. If you're on 18 between Bay Springs and Paulding, you need to be in your safe spaces now.
there. It is. There's the new PDS. Once again, if you're in Jasper County, you need to get in your safe space. This is what looks to be a strong tornado. We said that this is more than likely going to be a strong tornado long ahead of time. All right, we knew that this was likely, that this was possible, and this is definitely a significant storm. This is definitely a storm to do it. We're waiting for a new scan here because it's been a bit, but Bay Springs. If you're northeast of Bay Springs on Highway 18, State Highway 18 in Mississippi, heading over to Paulding, you need to get in your safe space right now. Lewin and Montrose, you guys also need to get in your safe space. Because though the tornado is heading to the south of you all, it just crossed over Highway 15, if this thing occludes, it'll head directly towards you all. It'll head north. It's a larger debris signature, but it's not as significant of a debris signature as I thought it would be.
It is exactly occluding, like you said. So it's going to now split the gap between 15 and 18, heading to the east of Lewin and Montrose.
Yeah.
I think the radar's having issues transmitting data because we had a blip in scans for about 5 minutes, and now we can't get upper level scans. I wonder if the radar's having issues transmitting data.
Oof. Look at that normalized rotation there, chat. Look at that. That right there is... That is pretty insane. Oh, Vince is there on the tornado. Or at least he should be there. He pulled over to the side. There is debris on the roadway. But I mean, look at this. Look at this normalized rotation here, chat. That is strong rotation of what it once was. Now it is not as strong. It is, but it's still strong rotation. Pink is very strong. Red is strong, and there is definitely. This is definitely a bad sign. All right, this is not what you want to see if you are not wanting tornadoes. And the unfortunate fact of the matter is that this correlation coefficient, it easily supports that there is a strong tornado ongoing at this time. I actually want to take a look. Sorry for blinding you all, by the way. That was unintentional. I want to see how large this debris ball is. Oof, just shy of 2 miles wide. So this is a large tornado.
Why do these tornadoes today keep occluding? I bet you can find the answer in the soundings. Deviant tornado motion is to the northeast.
Yes.
Of the motion vector. Storm motion generally has been east, maybe leaning east-southeast today. Deviant tornado motion in the occlusion takes it to the northeast.
Yes. So, yeah, these storms have just not been able to hang on to the mesocyclone for a good bit. But once again, this is a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning. If you haven't already, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. It helps us spread the information with more and more people. Continue to do so. We're almost up to 1,000 likes. All right, if we can get to 1,000 likes or more, we can continue to increase our outreach to more and more people. This really does help us spread this information out. So please be sure to do that. Also, please be sure to spread this information with more and more people on social media. You can also help us spread this out with more and more people on YouTube, once again, by hitting that thumbs up button down below, even subscribing. It, once again, really does help out a lot. What is Vince's name? I'd like to put him on in the background. Vince Whalty. Whalty is spelled weirdly. I can't remember.
Walti?
I think so. I think that actually sounds about right. But if you're in Paulding, if you're along Highway 18 northeast of Bay Springs, you need to get in your safe space right now. This is a significant situation. This is a tornado in progress, large tornado in progress. And it is doing a lot of damage. So, and that is a bit more of a consolidated debris signature. It is smaller, but it is deeper with its CC. It is also occluding. So that actually might be a second tornado. No, it's not occluding quite yet.
I don't think that's a second tornado quite yet.
Well, it will be a second tornado if the trajectory continues. The first one might occlude to the north. The second one might form in its place, and that one will head east instead until it actually roots. Then it'll occlude. But that might be a second tornado upcoming here soon. Eastern Tennessee is good. They're not being impacted today, so they're good. This is what we were worried about. I told you guys, I said that we were going to be on here. This is going to be tornadoes that'll go late in the night. And a lot of people were probably sleeping. So we wanted to try to avoid that by trying to let people know what's going on. We've been live for the past 3.5, almost 4 hours now. And we've been hoping that everyone has just been, you know, kind of hanging along with us. Because we've definitely ramped up. So, as I said, really would appreciate if you guys would help us spread the information, if we haven't already. But this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning for Jasper County. And I'll actually read what the text box says here. At 11:34 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located over Lewin, or near Bay Springs, moving east at 25 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. This tornado will be near Turnerville at around 11:40 and Paulding at 12:05. Once again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning here for northwestern Jasper County, and that'll be in effect until midnight tonight. So please be sure, if you haven't already, they might even issue a new tornado warning after midnight as well. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Need to get into your safe space right now. Yeah, Athens is still all right. They're just getting general thunderstorms. I don't think they're going to be severe, so you guys might be able to go to bed. Yeah, there is definitely a tornado right here. You can see in the velocities. This is definitely one of your more classic tornado signatures. You can see bright greens and blues moving towards the radar, and then reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, but you can kind of see these sharp cutoffs right here, going from bright green to dark green like that. Same thing with the red. It goes from bright red to kind of gray, and even dark red. And so that is usually a signature here of a consolidated tornado that is in progress. And look at that. Wow, look at that debris signature there on just regular reflectivity.
Just spewing now.
Yeah, that is a pretty big debris signature. Can I pull up Vince Welty's live stream? No, I cannot.
Copyright.
Because copyright. And he really does not like it when other people show his footage. I'm pretty sure no one is allowed to show his footage. Even someone else who's currently live right now. Because that's what I was told. But, you know, that's besides the point. That's a big debris signature right there. Normalized rotation still shows higher end moderate values of rotation, but it is weakening. It is 100% weakening. You can see earlier we had a lot of the bright yellows, or actually I'll even go back to the beginning where we had the very strong rotation earlier in the pinks. It went all the way down to the red, which is just strong rotation, and then it goes down to the yellows, which is where we're currently at, and then now we're almost to the green. And actually, I'll tell you what, I'll actually show you guys this. This right here is a compilation of all the values of normalized rotation that I currently have up. This right here is normalized rotation, and you can see the path of the tornado, the trajectory that it's been taking. And it's been going off to the northeast. For most, if not all of these at least. So, really interesting to see with that. And you can even see the debris signature path like this. Look at this. You can clearly see this is the path of the tornado right here. I wonder if velocities could work. No. Spectrum width definitely is not going to work. Yeah, that didn't really work really well. Okay. I'll turn that off. We'll have that there. Yeah, I saw that, Lily. It's it does look like it is a pretty significant situation that is over there next to Vince, because he is right there chasing the heck out of it. If you're just tuning in here right now, we have a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that has been issued northeast of Bay Springs. If you know anyone that lives in Jasper County, Mississippi, specifically northwestern to northern Jasper County, you need to let them know. You need to call them up. You need to tell them they need to get in their safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of their building. Because there is a tornado in progress. It is doing damage. It is doing a lot of damage, actually. Velocities have weakened significantly. There is another area of rotation, however. Yes, it is going to recycle, and it is going to head for Paulding. So Paulding's not done. There's going to be a new tornado warning that's going to be issued here soon. But there has been more than likely a significant tornado that occurred northeast of Bay Springs. It would be more than likely a strong tornado, which would be classified as EF2+. And it is slinging debris in the atmosphere, and it might fall back down. More than likely will, actually, because what goes up must come down, of course. And so, to prevent any sort of impacts, it'd be greatly appreciated if you guys would be able to actually help us out with spreading this information. Copy the link to the live stream, put on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram so that we can get this out to more and more people. If you would like to help us spread this out to thousands of people, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below and even subscribe. It really does help us out a lot. And that's how YouTube's algorithm works. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. We're almost up to 1,000 likes. So once we get past that 1,000 like barrier, we're going to be able to spread this out with a lot of people.
Tor continues, no longer PDS.
That's good. Someone said the 3D view looks incredible, so I'm going to look at it. Ooh. Oh, heck, that is... Ooh. Oh, that is the tornado. Look at that, chat. That is the tornado right there. See that there? That is the tornado in 3D. We are able to pick that up on 3D. Is cell splitting? No, it's recycling. We have occlusion in progress, and the new storm is, or the new rotation is forming on the southern side, or south of it, I should say. But that is, that was, I should say, the tornado. And you can see, wow, look at that. That's the rotation, and it goes up to about 50,000 feet. See all this blue? All this blue right here is all part of the same area of rotation. And it just swirls all the way up just like that. That is absolutely insane. Let's see if I can find... Oh, wow. Can I get it with storm relative? Oh, yes, that's more balanced. This thing seems to be more outflow dominant, which is the reason why I think it might be occluding a whole lot. We'll have to see. Radar is a little buggy, so it's not helping us out a whole lot, but that is still something to note. But yeah, it does look like this thing is recycling, and a new tornado will form near the Paulding area, or at least that's where the next potential area will be. Frailty is severe damage. Sheesh. Yeah, that looks to be a mobile home that he's looking at. That looks to be a mobile home. Is Huntsville safe? Yeah, Huntsville for right now is safe. Actually, I don't even think they're going to get a whole lot of stuff tonight. Maybe some strong winds. Inversion must be gone in this area. Take a sounding. Doubt. I think it actually might be because these storms have merged. So you have to remember, those two storms were originally separate. There was one right here near Raleigh, and then there was another one that formed west of Raleigh. And they've merged, and I think they've enhanced the vorticity within the area. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. But regardless, it did happen. $15 likes away from 1,000. As I said, if we get over 1,000 likes, we're able to spread this with more and more people. That's what we want to do. We want to try and continue to spread this with as many people as possible, and you guys are the main way to help us do so. That's over there. Man, I wish they had a camera in Meridian, Mississippi. Forming a B-word? Not as of right now. It's not strong enough to do that. Talladega, Georgia, okay for the night? Yeah, you guys can go to sleep. Go to sleep. Yeah, I think it's not strong enough to do that quite yet. It's trying, but it's definitely not there yet. That also seems to be dry hail over there. Dry air has moved lower to around 700 millibars. Well, if it's moved lower, then... Well, has the inversion? The inversion hasn't. I guess it doesn't really matter then, I guess, as to where the dry air is. It's more about where the inversion is. If the inversion was a little bit further up, then... Houses completely destroyed? What? Completely destroyed. Interesting. There might be mobile homes and stuff like that, more than likely. Just got over 1,000. Really do appreciate you guys. From here, it's straight as an arrow. All right. The rules are simple for YouTube's algorithm. Every 100, it continues to act something similar to what we're at right now. So we just continue to just spread it. It just sends a new burst. So every single time we hit the thumbs up button down below and we cross over a new barrier, YouTube super spreads it. At least that's the terminology that I use for it. Spreads it out to as many people as possible. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. All right, keep hitting that thumbs up button down below. Once again, if you're in Paulding, Mississippi, there's going to be a new tornado warning for you all, more than likely. This will also head over into Clark County. I-59. If you know anyone that lives along I-59, it might be a good idea for you guys to stop driving if you're over near Sandersville and Heidelberg. Let the storm pass in front of you. Don't drive into this, especially if this thing is going to produce a tornado. Same thing if you're over in Meridian. If you're driving south on 59... from Meridian. Might be a good idea to pull off to the side. Actually, it might be a good idea to turn around and head back up to Meridian, to be completely honest with you. Vince just rescued some elderly people? Really? Wow. Vince is working hard. Tell you what. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning. They did not issue the tornado warning. That is a tornado possible tag with it, so I don't think they're going to issue another tornado warning. Unless if it actually does something. That is interesting. Yeah, it did look like both storms did finally merge. It looks like there's also a new storm to the northwest as well.
New severe thunderstorm warning. No tornado warning.
Yeah, that's what
No
I said.
tornado possible tag.
That's indeed what I said.
I didn't hear you. So therefore you lose. Good day, sir. I think it's struggling with it's ZDR again. Arc has gotten significantly weaker.
It's not as consistent. I think it actually just recycled, believe it or not. It looks like around the 454.58 scan on ZDR. It looks like there was a secondary ZDR arc on the southwestern side that tried to refire up. We'll see if it actually does something off of that, but I definitely think it is recycling. That is true, Jen. That is true. I'm gonna look through Twitter because I'm pretty sure we might have some other things as well. Never mind. There is nothing on Twitter. If you guys find any pictures, make sure to at me at Nate_Snyder. I'll be able to show you guys what's going on and show everyone else for references to what's been happening. Huh. Yeah, I just knew it. I really just knew that the supercells would Fujiwara and we would get a strong tornado. I just knew. I've seen this script way too many times to not. So, should Middle Tennessee be okay? Yeah, you guys should. You guys should be fine. Yeah, there's a lot of trees down on Vince's stream that I'm watching on the side. He's definitely in the thick of it. He is definitely in the thick of it. There's still an elevated mesocyclone in Paulding. There is still one there, so we are going to still have to watch out. That is a new ZDR arc, so it did recycle, and it's successfully, question mark. We might see, I think we might need one more scan. That's a new tornado warning. That's in Louisiana.
Tornado warning for Central Caldwell Parish in north central Louisiana.
Kelly Clark's! Never fails! Kelly Clarkson, you're in a tornado warning. Never fails.
Wow. That is kind of doing stuff.
It's actually not Kelly Clark's. It's a little north of Kelly Clark's. If you're in Riverton and
Still,
Columbia, in Caldwell Parish.
Thunderstorm warning is in Kelly Clark's.
Yes, that is true. Never fails. You need to get in your safe space. Riverton and Columbia in Caldwell Parish. You need to get into your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building.
Probably gonna lose me in like 10 minutes. Fair warning.
So Riverton and Columbia, if you're in those areas, you need to get in your safe space. Tornado is possible in here, as the tornado warning has been issued by the National Weather Service in Shreveport. So Caldwell County, this is north of Grayson, north of Kelly Clark's. You need to get in your safe space if you haven't already. This will be crossing over U.S. Highway 165, as well as Louisiana State Highway 4. And Louisiana State Highway 133. So please, please, please get in your safe space if you haven't already. This does look like there is some rotation here. You can see greens moving towards the radar, reds and pinks moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation is at. And here, I'll just put the link to Vince's stream. Just don't say that. The last time I put Vince's link in the chat, he got angry at me for whatever reason. So just don't say that you came from my stream. Just don't say it, and we should be good. There you go. It's in chat. That's Vince's stream. If you want to go watch, feel free to do so. Just don't say that you came from my end. Let's see. Iron Jedi with the Weather Watcher, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, shh. Don't think he cares now. I know he doesn't. Well, yes and no, Diane. Because the thing of it is when I shared last time there was a tornado, or he was looking at damage, he thought I was showing his content on my stream. I really don't want to get into a bunch of drama, so it's just better to say that you found his channel on the recommended feed or whatever. Because he really did get angry, thinking that I showed his stuff on the stream, and even when people tried to fix the misunderstanding, it still didn't go well. So it's better to not. It's better to not. If you want to see the stuff on your own, go watch it on that link. Yeah, this thing is recycling. We may need a new tornado warning here. That is a new ZDR arc. That is a new bit of initiation inside the inflow notch, though. That's kind of interesting. I wonder how this new storm is going to interact with this, because Usually when there's a new storm that forms inside the inflow notch, it doesn't bode well for the storm's health. Yeah, then better not to share, Tanner. Better not to share. Might be a good thing. But yeah, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for a storm that's had a history of producing tornadoes over here in Jasper County. Morgan, I know you're gonna leave. Can you double check to see if there's a scanner in Jasper? That way I can listen to it, because I know I'm gonna want to listen to it, and maybe people in chat are gonna want to as well.
No scanner in Jasper County.
Okay. What about Smith?
No.
Nothing in Smith either?
No.
Okay.
Pretty meh, aside from northern Mississippi, extreme southern Mississippi, and Jackson.
Can you do one more check for me for Newton County? I'm assuming Newton doesn't.
Nope.
Okay. That sucks.
Whack. Speaking of... What is that? It's the old... Okay. This just makes all the sense in the world.
Interesting. Where is he at? Where's Vince at? He is currently near Lewin and Bay Springs and areas northeast of Bay Springs, which is where the tornado warning was. Yeah, there's still this area of rotation. It's past Paulding now, and it is approaching I-59 near Enterprise, Stonewall, and Pashuta, as well as Quitman. So this is about to leave Jasper County and move into Clark County. So if you know anyone that lives along Highway 18 in Mississippi, once again, good idea for them to stay in their safe space if they haven't already. Look at the storm near Ethel, Mississippi. Is it this storm that's over here near Kosciuszko? If it is, this one does have a little bit of rotation, but it's not the greatest. Yeah, it's probably better to look at it with this, but let's go over just to check. Yeah, it's better to look at it with Jasper. Or not Jasper, with Jackson. Sheesh. Yeah, you might get some convergence there, maybe a quick spin up, but I think that might actually be more wind more than anything. And the only reason why I say that is because we have two separate storms that are right next to each other, and I think they are either A, trying to merge, or they B, have gusted out. So it's there, it's trying, but it is not exactly the most organized thing in the world. That's the one thing I gotta say. So unless if that structure fixes its issues, I don't see anything anytime soon. Be more of a wind threat, in my opinion. Storm near Hillsborough is a lot of wind. There's an elevated mesocyclone with it. So, I mean, it is a supercell. It is doing stuff. It's just not doing it correctly. So... Yeah, well, such is the weather community, Jen. I'm not one to really care too much, unless if people want to collaborate. Then I mean, you already know I'm okay with that. That's a report of trees down along Highway 15. That's not very surprising to me. Yeah, it does look like that new area of rotation is starting to show up again. This is northwest of Pashuta. This is west of Stonewall and west or southwest of Enterprise, and it's about to cross over Highway 18. So, might want to get in their safe space here relatively shortly. Storm Chaser reported major structural damage back over here. Yeah, okay. So that lines up with what we've seen so far. Looks like the rotation with the storm in Riverton and Columbia is slowly weakening, but it is still there. It is crossing over Highway 165 as we speak, and it's going to parallel State Highway 4 here in Louisiana until it, I would say, even dies. So if you know anyone that lives near Columbia, Riverton, as well as areas east of Columbia in Louisiana and Caldwell Parish, they need to get into their safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Here's the rotation in question. You can see grays moving towards the radar. It's kind of like this greenish grayish. Red's moving away right in the middle, right about there. Not this stuff. That's contamination over there, so don't pay attention to that. It would be more of this right here. That's where the rotation would be. Just to the south and east of Riverton, just to the north of Columbia by about a mile. Moving due east, what, at about 20 miles per hour? 25 miles per hour. Sounds about right. So, might also be something that areas near Liddyville and Extension, as well as Jigger and Gilbert and Chase, you guys might need to watch out for this a little bit later on. So watch out for that. It's going through a merger, is it?
No,
yeah,
it's
the
just
storm.
trying to recycle, I guess.
I think
Every
he's
part of
talking about the
storm is
northern.
firing.
I think he's talking about the one that's not warned, east of Kosciuszko, which is what we were, or what I was saying earlier. It is indeed. It definitely is, but it's not
Well,
in the
that's
greatest.
just all mergers.
Oh no, not the north one. Okay,
Well,
never mind. Then yeah.
what's Kelly Clark's doing?
Kelly Clark's is encountering a radar hole.
The rotation has also gotten significantly weaker since the warning was issued, so.
It's still tornado warning capability, but it's definitely. So. Oh, this was a mesoscale discussion for a while ago, I think. Yes, it was. Ever thought of making tornado documentaries? I used to think about it, and then I was just like, nope, it's not my thing. So. Nah, Birmingham should be fine. The storms that are over in that area aren't really super severe, if any. Which there are storms in Birmingham, but they just really aren't. They're not that big of a deal. I'll pull up the radar for Birmingham just to kind of show you. But from the looks of it, we could be talking about spotty hail at best. I'll go to the velocities. Yeah, there's not really anything tornadic. I see some downbursts on the southern side of Birmingham that could head off towards the Cahaba Heights area, as well as Lake Purdy. So essentially just anywhere south of I-20 on the east side of Birmingham could potentially see some pretty strong damaging winds. And basically the Beltway area near Hoover and northeast of Hoover on 459. That would be basically where the main damaging winds would be. But other than that, Yeah. That could be a tornado. We'll see. Could. If it is, it would make sense because it's moving north.
60,000 feet.
60? Yeah, my goodness. It's a tall thunderstorm. Yeah, it didn't split. That's just a new storm that's forming behind it. Good to see, Norfolk. Good to see. Welcome back.
Jeezums, that is just a giant right mover that is about to go through forest. Not tornadic as of right now, at least not particularly tornadic. Just blasting supercell that is starting to move southeast.
Pretty elevated, yeah. It just... I think that's the one that's the storm that has not made up its mind. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it is.
Well, if it becomes a right mover, then it's just a hail threat.
Yeah.
So, consider.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if we had a tornado that was ongoing and went across Highway 18. Would not be surprised. Might be a tornado that's occluding, moving off towards the north and east. And it could actually be paralleling I-59. If not, it could be heading straight for I-59 near the Enterprise area. So, might be a good idea for you guys to get into your safe space if you haven't already. That's pretty cool, Nathan. Glad you guys are safe when you did chase that. Yeah, I think this... I think this one could have potentially spawned a little weak tornado that was northwest of Pashuta along Highway 18. The new storm that formed back behind it is trying to be tornadic again. Might be something to watch for. These storms are just, in general, moving off to the east. Yeah, they just didn't route, and now they're rerouting, I think it is. Yeah, it's... The northwestern cell might be the one that's becoming dominant here soon. And you know what? Depending upon what happens here soon, we could try to see something similar to what happened near Bay Springs and Lewin. It would just depend upon if this storm over here that is near the Pashuta area can slingshot this other storm in Fujiwara. Because that is what could make this a stronger tornado. It would essentially enhance lower level shear. Yeah, oh, and this storm that you're talking about legit just formed. Look at this. You'll see that this was a supercell right here. And a new storm formed all the way back here. We'll go back in time, actually. You can see right here. ZDR picks up. And something new just forms off of it. Just big towers that are just forming on that northwestern side. Continue to just form more and more. And it just popped up. It's just this supercell that popped up. So yeah, we're gonna have to watch out for if this storm Fujiwara's again, if it comes under the other supercell, could see another significant tornado over Might be northern to central Clark County. Might be. We'd have to watch out. But it would really have to depend. I would need to see if this other supercell is dead or not, which I honestly have no clue. What do the pink outlines mean? They tell me what the atmosphere is like. Tells me just the general idea of what's going on. By the way, I appreciate you guys sharing the stream with as many people as possible, and even liking the live stream and stuff like that. It really is helping me spread information. It really is. It is helping out a lot. So. What are you sighing for over there?
I am sleepy, and I may honestly give up on you here.
Well, then go to sleep.
Yes, because I unfortunately have school in the morning, which doesn't make any frickin' sense.
There you go.
Hopefully we don't need to stream tomorrow, because that would be just pain and suffering. But
I'll tell you what, I'm watching the Calder Cup finals. That's what I'm doing.
that's what we were gonna do tomorrow night. All right, maybe we will stream then.
Maybe. Who knows?
Which, by the way, folks, if you have an interest in sports, or just have an interest in Nate and I being stupid, and it's a different pace. It's definitely a different pace from this channel. Sportsbound is our sports channel, where we scream and curse and scream and curse and watch sports and stream and scream.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. Anna, why do I have school on this late in June, or why do you have school tomorrow? It's June. Yeah, I don't know. But in my defense, New York City schools don't get out until June 27th, so I'm okay. But everyone in chat, hope you take care. Hope everyone's all good and safe. And just remember, Dixie Alley is life. Totally. I want planes.
You like
planes?
You like planes?
We really did that at the same exact
time. You know.
It's been like 3 times in the last week that we've done that, folks. This is not a first time thing.
And it's just stuff that we say together. I don't know why, but we just randomly say stuff that are at the same exact time. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. I mean, similar idiots think alike. All right.
I guess so.
Everyone take care. I'm going to go consider the following. Enjoy y'all's night. Be safe, and I'll talk to you soon. And Nate, I will talk to you tomorrow at the very minimum.
Yep. Sounds good. Take luck.
Will do.
How do I watch us watch sports? Here, let me pull up the channel. Let me pull it up. We have 189 subscribers. Really? I'm very surprised that we do. YouTube's gonna take a bit, so it'll be a while. It has 2,200. How? Anyways, that's the stream. Or that's the channel. Go watch. How did I get 2,200? Oh my gosh. I did not even know. Listen, I did not even know that there were that many comments on that stream. But that's still pretty funny. 240 plus hours out, a very weak bird fart tornado potential could be happening across one mile run. Obviously, it's going to happen. 4 PA? Yeah, no. Go away. That ain't happening. Nothing happens in Pennsylvania. It's a terrible place to chase. Terrible. It ain't happening. Jeez. Yeah, that storm that's near Forest is now just struggling. That storm that's west of Enterprise, that's also elevated. Everything's elevated as of this time. So, hopefully, it's the end of all of this. But we already know that ain't gonna be the case because some random stuff's gonna happen. We already know. We already know. Man, that's funny. By the way, I really do mean it when I say I appreciate you guys. I mean, we're eventually going to get to 40,000 subscribers, but, you know, it's, now that we're, like, honing in and getting there, I mean, I really do appreciate you guys. I really do. Still got a tornado possible tag on that cell here. But it is now moving north, and it is not really doing a whole lot. It's just now. Yeah, can I show you guys something? This is gonna be pretty whack, right? So, storms and the directions of which they move. So these storms are moving this way, right? This storm's moving this way. Same as this one. This storm is moving this way. Right? Sure you guys like weather? You sure? You sure you guys enjoy this thing? Yeah, this thing curled around like that. This thing curled like this. This thing is moving down that way. You sure you guys like weather? You sure this thing is something that you guys are gonna want to pay attention to? Oh boy. You know. Weather is whack. Weather is whack. Jeez. This thing did have an opportunity, and then it just... Yeah. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Oh, that storm might try. Is it finally going to try and put down a tornado? The cell northeast of Forest? Nah, it's on the backside. There's no way. Doesn't look like it anyways. Zama... What in the heck? Yeah, I'm just gonna say no. I'm just gonna say no. Although it does have a ZDR arc, so that is an embedded supercell, technically. Technically. Could get some spin-ups. It is possible. Look like them driving through the I-95 Jersey Turnpike. Yeah. Sounds about right. It does sound about right. Yawn. Excuse me. Vince is helping injured. What's the recent updates with this wild storm? Realistically speaking, there actually hasn't been a whole lot of updates. Not that I've seen on Twitter. I've been looking through. I've been trying. If you guys do find anything on Twitter, be sure to at me. At Nate_Snyder. That way I can tell everyone. Show everyone and stuff like that. Man. Yeah, I wish I could see what's happening on the ground over there on Twitter. At least from one particular person. But it is what it is. Yeah, I can't see much more on Twitter from that. So, all right. One thing I will say. First off, I'm not gonna end the stream for another. We'll go until the end of the tornado watch. At least the one for Mississippi, which will be at the top of the hour. So that's at minimum. Tomorrow I'm gonna make a video. I know. It's been a while since I've made a video, so who knows if I'll be rusty or not. But I'm gonna make a video. I'm gonna be talking about the tropical weather and stuff like that, severe weather, all sorts of stuff. So I just wanted to let you guys know ahead of time. It'll probably be in the afternoon, so make sure to look at the channel, come back to it if you want to. Make sure you have notifications on if you want to see it as soon as it comes out. Which, by the way, the reason why I tell you guys to like and subscribe and stuff like that, it helps out the YouTube's algorithm. It helps spread the live stream and the video to thousands of people. And it's up to the people to actually click the video or click the live stream and stuff like that to be informed. And so it helps me out. It helps me out if you were to do all that stuff. But it also helps out if it's also at the beginning of the video as well. So if people get there as soon as possible, start doing it, then it all accumulates quicker than all the other stuff. And that's how YouTube's algorithm works. The more people do it within a short period of time, the better. So. No, Norfolk, that's not how that works. I wish, but no, we need a bunch of people. Supercell north of Forest just cleared the outflow boundary. The one that's now east of Florence? Or not Florence, Forest. Jeez, I'm sleepy. This has been one of the chillest streams ever. I'm trying to not be as hype, if you will. I saw the, power flash, and I'm like, oh, cool. Which, by the way, we saw the tornado live on stream. The one that was over near Florence, south of Jackson. Because there was a power flash. I'm actually going to see if I can watch over it again towards the end of the stream. See if we can find it. But, yeah. Thoughts on Invest 92? So Invest 92 is really interesting because I think it's pretty obvious that this thing is going to form relatively soon. Listen, there is not much more I can say than what Tropical Tidbits has already said. Because Levi is absolutely amazing. He's the one guy that I will purposefully go out of my way to go watch a forecast for. I mean, he's just that good. I'm not saying that everyone else is terrible. I mean, there's people like Convective Chronicles who are amazing too. But realistically speaking, I value some people's opinions more than others. Unless if I know how to do it. If I know how to do it, then I'll just do it myself and I won't have to watch other people. And then there also is just some other people who are just completely stupid. But... or they're just misinforming in general. That's another thing too. And I just want to not watch it. But Tropical Tidbits is amazing at what he does. And there's a reason why he works for a governmental agency to actually forecast hurricanes. So, Dr. Levi Cowan. I think it's Cowan. I think that's how it's pronounced. Cowan. I hope that's how it's pronounced. I really do not want to, do a huge disservice to his name and then, get all, upset, angry, and stuff like that. Because drama is also another thing I don't want to get with. Mike's weather page, thoughts on his content? He does YouTube stuff? Really? I'm kind of surprised he does. Hold up. Mike's weather page. He does. I am so surprised I might watch it. I'm genuinely curious as to what his videos are like. Because I honestly have no idea. That might be something I watch after the stream. This is true, Norfolk. I have been doing this for quite some time. And that is a moth that just flew on my screen. But I am the longest tenured live YouTube weather streamer in all of YouTube. It's going to be 4 years. The big 4 years. On June 28th. Which will be next week. And how I've been able to do it for this long, I have no idea. But The fact that I have been has been pretty amazing. There's been so many tornadoes that I've seen, so much stuff that I've watched, so much stuff that I've reacted to, so much stuff that I've been through. It's absolutely amazing to think about. And yeah, I am indeed an OG. I was in the first generation of weather YouTubers. The first generation. Or live weather YouTubers. You can technically actually count me as the second generation, because the first generation is like original Storm Chasers. Second generation is the beginning of live weather content. Yes, I've been doing it longer than Ryan Hall on YouTube. I started in 2019. Ryan started, I think it's early 2021. Yeah, beginning of 2021, I believe. No, it was the beginning of 2021 because he didn't do Easter and I did. So, yeah. Yeah, Nate be like back in my day. Yeah. Oh god. What got me into weather? Believe it or not, it was Dr. Greg Forbes on the Weather Channel. He's a huge inspiration to how I conduct myself on stream and how I present myself, especially with the presentation and how I conduct myself with my radar knowledge. So the presentation that I usually give is kind of modeled off of his. Sure, it's modified. But the fact that he could do all the stuff that he did by making radar, which at the time looked like a bucket of spilled paint, and turn it into this thing. Huge amount of knowledge for weather. Man. It amazed me every single time as a kid. So, it wasn't one weather event that just happened in front of me. It was just an accumulation of all sorts of things that he did. And I was just like, wow, can't believe it. So I wanted to do something similar to him on here. So hopefully I'll be able to give you guys a good video tomorrow. I'm going to actually try to really work hard on it. I'll probably look at models tonight and then look at models tomorrow. Actually, let's see if they've given out a microwave pass. Yes, I know this is the Navy's website. It's fine. Go away. Don't care. We're fine. They missed! What an idiot. They missed! What an idiot! Oh, satellite is stupid sometimes. Is there a, can we see, like, another one? Hold up. Can we go back in time? I'm pretty sure we can. At least I think we can. Oh, yes, we can. Hold up. Go back here. Previous. 19. We want 18. I think that's right. It keeps missing. This is stupid. Oh. Oh my gosh. How? How is this even possible? That doesn't even make any sense. It's not even showing up any clouds. This is stupid. I can confirm this is... Wait a second. Latest, previous. Hold up. 18. All right, that's not terrible. All right, that's the previous microwave scan that it had. And that gives us a general idea as to what's going on. All right, so you see this right here. This is a band. This is our northeasterlies that are kind of just surging across like that. And then you can also see this band right here that's moving from the southwest to the northeast. So this has kind of made it a kind of horizontally stretched wave. Nothing has really been consolidated quite yet. We're just kind of waiting for these clouds to kind of curl around. But the only issue is there's not really a whole lot of wind on the southwestern side, which if we had, keyword had, ASCAT, if they actually hit the thing and they actually did a scan over the tropical system, we'd be able to see that with that. So that kind of sucks that we don't. I might be able to see it with satellite imagery. I might be able to. We might be able to get something. This is infrared satellite imagery. If this doesn't work, we'll go with water vapor imagery and we'll go from there. This is not really helping. We're just going to go to water vapor. Water vapor is going to be so much better. Whoa, this is the new water vapor imagery. Hold up, this is pretty cool. I'm not going to lie, that's actually really cool. This new water vapor imagery that they have on Tropical Tidbits. Like so I watched Tropical Tidbits earlier on today, and I'm like, oh, cool, that's nice water vapor imagery, but I might like the older one. No, they just gave us the new one, and this is apparently the new one, so, oh well. We still refuse to have any outflow on the southern side, so that's not great. Contrast to the wave that's behind it, this one might actually have a better chance of forming. That would probably be Invest 93L. That one would probably have a better chance of forming in the near future. Because this just looks so much better. Outflow is so pristine looking. This one right here is just not the greatest. A lot of dry air out in front of it as well. I might want to change my marker to white. There we go. A lot of dry air out in front of it. But you can kind of see these little feathery clouds. Actually, it's probably not a great idea to change it to white either. Let's go red. Red is better. So you see these little feathery clouds that are on the outsides of this? So this is your stratus deck. That's, or no, cirrus. This is your feathery cirrus. That's going over top of all the thunderstorms, and it's just spreading out. And usually when you have this clockwise flow of cirrus clouds that spread out from the storm, this is a good sign of a healthy tropical wave and or tropical system that could try to form. So that would be something cool. But we don't have that all the way around with this storm. We only have it to the north. We don't have it to the south. It's trying, but it's not doing a great job of it. So, and it's also got a lot of dry air on the southern side here too, which is also interesting. I wonder if the dry air could be inhibiting this. If I had if it wasn't during the day, I might be able to tell if that's the case too. Also looks to be a bit of shear here too. Maybe a slight bit of shear. Because you see these clouds right here? So these clouds are forming and then they're just being pushed off to the north. So there could be a little bit of shear here, which would be interesting. Just a slight bit. National Weather Service updates in 8 minutes. Yeah, they do have their new outlook for tomorrow. That'll be issued. So that'll be pretty cool. Be pretty interesting to see. What would be the timetable for the Lesser Antilles in the Cuba area? That's a good question because it's all based off of what actually happens before it gets there, believe it or not. There's actually, this is not the right one to use. Let's go to a tropical Atlantic. Yeah, it might be better. Let's go to 850 Vort. Or at least I think this might be best. Yes, I think. No, it's not. Let's just go North Atlantic. It's fine. All right, so watch this here, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Here is our 2 tropical systems to watch. This is on Wednesday here. And we got a big high pressure. This is our Bermuda high. We also have a big low pressure system right here that's currently situated over the southeastern portions of the United States. This is expected to move across, and it could potentially either A, shift the high further south, or B, completely deteriorate it, right? And the low pressure system would then instead be situated over Bermuda. It would have a lagging cold front and could potentially pull the storm north. If the high does not die and it ends up moving a little bit further south, the winds will actually carry it into the Lesser Antilles and actually move it on through into the Caribbean. So we'll see what the GFS does here. Watch. High pressure system, in turn, does not die in this instance quite yet. So the storm gets pulled towards the northern portion of the Lesser Antilles into the Windward Islands, and maybe even Puerto Rico gets it. But the Lesser Antilles, we're talking about the end of the week, maybe sometime around Friday into Saturday. We also have another high pressure system back here that's also pushing this more towards the north and west as well. So that might be something interesting. We really will have to see if this high pressure system can move a little bit further south, because you kind of see how the winds are just moving up and then they curl back down. So that's really interesting. But yeah, this ends up moving a bit north. The other low pressure system moves in right behind it. I'm kind of interested as to how that interacts a little bit. And then you can kind of see our high pressure systems right here. It continues to kind of push it, nudge it a little bit that way. But we also have our low pressure system right here. And we have a cold front right here. We have a lot of shear that's going to try and nudge it further north. That will in turn be the reason as to why the system kind of moves there. But I wonder why this system sits over for as long as it does. We have shear at the 500 millibar level that's pushing it southeast. Okay, so let's go to the 500 millibar wind shear, and let's see exactly what that 500 millibar wind shear is. 500 millibar vort. Let's load this. Give it a sec. That makes sense. So this high pressure system over here in the Gulf is pushing a lot of that wind shear this way. And because this low pressure system is a little too far north, it's in turn just getting the wind shear from that high and the low back behind it. So a lot of strong wind shear, pushing. Now, realistically speaking, I think this is an unlikely scenario, but that's the reason why the models are doing that. GFS here shows, all right, here's your high right here. Moves down a little bit further low. Here's your low pressure system. Here's also another low pressure system. Will this break up the high? That's the real question. The answer is there is a random tropical system that forms off of the edge of the stationary boundary, and so therefore it breaks it apart. Make that make sense, ladies and gentlemen. And it gets slingshot up north. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Have I mentioned that the GFS is stupid sometimes? Let's go to the Euro. All right, when in doubt, the Euro always gives us a good answer. When in doubt. All right, just remember that. Just remember that, ladies and gentlemen. The Euro is better than the GFS in this. Oh, they issued a new tornado watch. Or at least I think they did. Yes, they did. They issued a new tornado watch. Overnight tornado watch. 50% chance for 2 or more tornadoes. 30% chance for 1 or more strong tornadoes. I'm not staying up for that. But It is until 8 a.m. They issued a new tornado watch. All right, big high pressure system. There it is. There's Invest 92L. It'll be pushed across. Our low pressure system in the southeastern United States, that's doing stuff. We also have this other low pressure system over here that is well in between Newfoundland and England and the UK and stuff like that. So that's going to kind of spin out. This is going to be pushed further down, and we have our high pressure system here. We also have our low here. Trade winds continue to assist it further to the west, and it pushes across. And yeah, we have a tropical system that goes into the Lesser Antilles. I really do believe the Euro solution is a little bit more realistic. I'm going to be honest with you. I really do believe that is a little bit more realistic. We could potentially even see something a little bit more in between to where it actually goes into Puerto Rico and the Haiti as well as the Dominican Republic. I actually believe that that could be a little bit more of a realistic scenario. But yeah, I mean, this is stupid. Yeah, it says a couple strong tornadoes possible, but that's only because they have the 30% probs. Realistically speaking, I don't think they should have that wording there if it's a 30% chance, but that's just me. So, yeah. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking the Euro is a little bit better with this. I think that high pressure system is going to actually survive and shift a little bit further south. And I think that steering could actually push it a little bit further into the Caribbean. Now, what happens after that is still kind of to be determined. Let's take a sounding in the Caribbean. And yeah, there's a lot of dry air there, so I don't think it'll survive for that much longer once it gets there. We could even see that here. Actually, it doesn't have too much dry air. Oh, it's at the surface. Never mind. Yeah, there's just general dry air around there. And there might also be a lot of strong wind shear here, too. Let's take a look. The answer seems to be yes, but models are kind of just... Yeah, that is a... Yeah, the low ends up going over here and puts up a lot of shear. So yeah, there is going to be some shear that this thing will encounter as it goes into the Caribbean. And that'll make this thing's life very difficult to sustain. So, as of right now, the threat for the U.S. From 92L and 93L doesn't seem to be all too high. We are very far out, however. We are very far out. So, you know, we're just going to have to see. But, yeah, that's the new tornado watch on screen. They are late in issuing the new day one. So that is something to consider as well. What in the world is this cell near Newton doing? It's still trying. It's just having a difficult time. You can clearly see that the rear flank downdraft is wrapping back around, but you see this kind of little bowing segment right here? We got winds that are just surging back behind it. That is creating a lot of strong damaging winds. A lot more straight line damaging winds. That's the new day one. New day one outlook. It is a slight risk with a 2% chance for tornadoes, which means I'm probably not going to be streaming weather tomorrow. So thank goodness. I will actually make a video then tomorrow talking about severe and tropical weather. Been a while since that's happened. But just got tornado watch in notches. What are the chances of it getting bad tonight? Not really very high for you all. Let's look over the models just to see as to what could happen for y'all over there. Just to double check, because I'm probably going to head off here in a little bit. I really do appreciate you guys, by the way. You guys have helped us out a lot. We've gained subscribers. We helped get this live stream out to a bunch of people. I'll actually pull up the analytics to see how many people we've spread this live stream to. Over 15,000 people, and that's what it's registered so far. We've gotten over 1,070 likes, or actually close to 1,100 likes, which is pretty cool. So I really do appreciate what you guys have done with that as well. But let's take a look at what Notches is doing. 5Z, 6Z, 7Z. Yeah, you guys have probably a 2 to 3 hour window of opportunity from now on. There's like these storms that are forming out over here near Winfield. But they've been here for a while on this outflow boundary. And yeah, they just kind of been around. So, do I think they actually are going to do something? The short answer is not really. But I've seen weirder stuff happen. So, am I going to replay the tornado? You're right, Mark. You're 100% right. I need to find that. All right, we're not ending the stream quite yet. We're not ending it quite yet. We have to find it. We have to find it. It's here somewhere. Where's the thing? Where is the thing? I think it's somewhere around there. Okay. Oh, that might be a funnel. That might be a what? Power flash chat? Did I just see a funnel? That might. Oh, yeah, there it was. How did I find it that quickly? Look at this, chat. This was the tornado that we saw. This was the tornado that we saw earlier on stream in Florence. Look at this. That's the tornado. That's the power flash. Look at that. How did I find it that quickly? Oh, that's a big tornado too. Look at that sucker. Oh, that might be a funnel. That might be Go back in time. Can I pause this thing to save my life? There we go. Look at that. Boom. There's the tornado. What I caught on Tupelo camera is better than this one? Yeah, I know. But listen. Mississippi Dot is legendary. You take what you can get. It's got all sorts of cameras and stuff like that. It'll be good enough. Is there an update on these storms? Yeah, there's a new tornado watch that was issued, and that'll be in effect until 8 a.m. this morning, but it is with lower probabilities of them happening. So, a lot of them have congealed into big clusters, some of which are severe with damaging winds and the potential of even golf ball sized hail. And that's really what I think is going to happen at worst. As the worst case scenario. Might be a tornado or two that could happen this evening. Might be even one strong tornado if the correct conditions happen. Something similar to what I called earlier, actually. Which, by the way, for those of you who don't know, yes, that tornado that occurred near Bay Springs and Lewin, if you were in the chat can attest to this, we called this about half an hour before, something like that. We knew that it was going to happen well before it actually did happen. So let's see if we can find it, shall we? To try and produce another tornado, because the storm has had a history of producing tornadoes. Even if it didn't just produce a tornado over the past 5-10 minutes, it has produced tornadoes at some point, multiple. So, the fact that this storm has had a history of doing so means that this thing could very well try somewhere in Jasper County. There it is. All right, I found it. We're going backwards. Montrose and Lewin, and then for Jasper County in general, Bay Springs, Pauling. This is definitely something. All right, also going to be something that we're going to want to watch out for as well. These storms could potentially merge, and we could potentially. All right, we're going back. This rear storm here near Raleigh is accelerating. I didn't go far enough. This is very, very rain. Very rain. You can see. All right, got it. The main storm here, the rain wrapping around into the core of this back storm right here near Raleigh. This is going to be very interesting as well, because I think this rear storm here near Raleigh is accelerating, and this one might Fujiwara around the other one. So we could be talking about the potential for another significant tornado in the heart of Jasper County over the next 30 to 45 minutes. That might also be something to watch out for if these two supercells merge, which I think could very well happen. I think these storms could potentially merge, and we could potentially be talking about something tornadic. So that's also going to be something that we're going to want to watch out for as well. Threat for another significant tornado that can occur. So that down there, you can see the time, 06:43. So the 06 is 6 minutes after midnight Eastern. So now we're going to fast forward all the way over to Lewin. It's me. All right. I've been working with a system that's been working. This is me just talking about random stuff. Watched. I have an entire playlist that I. There you go. For the stuff they did with Goosebumps. 30. Potentially see it. Yeah, this is the start of it near Bay Springs. And this is 31. First saw it at around 30. Someone mentioned it in chat. Possible tornado near Bay Springs. And it was about 25 minutes after I first said it. In it for the YouTube, like you can't tell like phase, like Bay. He know and talk everything. We'll go back and we'll move through, and you can see. There you go. 33.
Oh, that's a huge debris signature. Huge debris signature.
There you go. Called it a half an hour ahead of time. In Jasper. Just knew. I did say this. We just. Unfortunately, I did not. Yes. Yes. Chat, did I? Tornado. Chat, did I not say there was going to be a significant tornado somewhere in Jasper? So. I was pretty proud of that, but at the same time, I was not proud that it actually happened. I wanted that. When you predict tornadoes, all right, it's kind of one of those things to where, like, you want to be right, but you also want to be wrong more than you want to be right. Because if you're right, that means someone could be impacted. And if you're wrong, then, well, I mean, credibility impacts you, but at least someone didn't, you know, have their own life, you know, livelihood altered. So, what's happening in Tennessee? There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of stuff happening in Tennessee right now. All those storms that are in south central Tennessee are just not really doing a whole lot. Are we good to sleep in Carthage, Mississippi? Carthage is... Oh, God. Wait, Carthage is north, right? No. My geography is terrible right now with those. Let's see. Where's Carthage? I knew it was a little bit north. I remember hearing about it. I mean, you guys can go to sleep. Just watch out for the flash flooding that is going to more than likely occur. If you're in any low-lying areas, I recommend you guys getting into a higher place. Other than that, yeah, I don't think there's going to be anything super severe or tornadic within your area. Maybe gusty winds, but that would really be it. I think you guys should be good. Is it good to sleep in Tuscaloosa? You guys are at a tornado watch, but yeah, I think you guys should be able to go to sleep. You guys should be good. Madison, Georgia, are going to be good tomorrow. Saw the forecast storms would be occurring. I think. Where's Madison? Madison sounds familiar too. I swear I'm going to memorize most, if not all, of these town names. Why do I really think that Madison's north side? No, it's not. It's east side. What am I doing? Madison, I think, is going to be fine for the most part. They're going to get scattered severe storms. I mean, of course, there is a small chance for something to be tornadic, but it's not really super significant. So I think you guys should be fine. Just wondering. Brother worked at the county jail. Said warden called and said there was a tornado somewhere on Highway 15. You would be correct. I think. Wait, Highway 15 is where? Winston County. Highway 15 is not Highway 18, Nate. Congratulations. Winston County, Mississippi, I think is what you're talking about. If not, it'll be Alabama. Guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning, so if that's what they were talking about, then no. There is not a tornado on the ground over there. Winston County, Alabama. That's a lot better. There's not even a storm over there, so definitely good off of that. But I think you guys are good. Yeah, you're good to sleep in Tuscaloosa if I were you. Just make sure that if anything does happen, you have notifications on. What about the cell moving through Louisiana? It's not very severe. It could turn severe, though, I will say. Do I think it's going to be tornadic? Probably not. I think that one would probably not be as big of a threat. But it is in the tornado watch, so... Well, no, it's not. It's in the severe thunderstorm watch, so never mind. It is not. Am I able to pull up radar tracks of the Amory, Mississippi tornado on GR2 from 2 months ago? I am, but I don't have the data on hand, so I'm not going to do it tonight. No problem, Roberto. I get that, Reclusive. Yeah, Florence is under the tornado watch. Well, oh, no, they're not. No, they're not, Jeff. Not anymore. It just expired. They just canceled it. They just canceled it. So Florence is good. There's Florence right there. They were. Now they're not. So y'all are good. Alright. I'm not sure about you guys. I think I'm gonna head to bed soon. We are 350 subscribers away from 40,000, which whenever we get there, it's gonna be pretty cool. We're gonna continue to try and keep growing, so that way when we get to hurricane season, we're firing off on all cylinders. And you know, we want to make sure that we can try and get information out to as many people as possible who may need it, or if people just want to be entertained, that's good too. And yeah. But for now, I'm gonna go to sleep, wake up tomorrow, make a video for you guys to see. Make sure you turn on notifications if you want to see that. Otherwise, make sure you guys stay safe. All right. Flooding is a thing. Turn around, don't drown, don't drive in the flooded roadways, because those floods appear a lot shallower than they actually are. And that's the reason why some people make it on the TV, whether they like it or not. Because they're floating down the road and they thought their car was going to be able to get through, and nope, they turned into a miniature ark. So, don't be an idiot. Don't drive through it. And with that being said, thank you guys so much for watching. I really do appreciate what all you have done for me. If you did enjoy it, please be sure to hit that like button down below, subscribe if you are new, and turn on notifications to stay up to date with all the latest information that we will provide on the channel. That is an accent that I just came out of my mouth. Oh my goodness. Wow. I'm genuinely surprised. Anyways, subscribe if you're new. Turn on notifications. Share this with friends and family on social media. Also, follow me on social media. Link will be in the description down below. I can't believe that accent came out of my mouth. Wow. That's the West Virginian in me. I'll tell you what. Anyways, as I said, follow me on social media. Links are all in the description down below. Of course, my Discord server. Join that as well. If you have any questions, contact me on Discord or Twitter. And yeah, stay safe, everyone. I appreciate all the people who have helped out. I appreciate all the people who have subscribed. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm going to go to sleep. But before I go to sleep, Roberto with the 2, thank you so much. Really do appreciate the support to the channel. It really does mean a lot. And yeah, I'm going to go to sleep. So I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace out, everyone.